the beautiful Buffalo City Metropole. Bumagaba TV coming to you live from the Abbotsford Christian Centre, north of East London. The occasion is the 2024 Eastern Cape State of the Province Address, to be delivered by the Premier, His Excellency Oscar Mabuyane. A very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us on this special broadcast of the State of the Province Address, to be delivered by the Premier, Oscar Mabuyane. This special broadcast, I am certainly not alone. It is a team on board, and the captain is going to help me sail the ship is my co-anchor Jefferson Moloi. Very good morning. Still morning. Feels like a very long day so far.
It is
Welcome
indeed.
to you, Ntata Mokoena. How do you feel? It's the last one for this administration, the SOPA that we're sitting at, just as the State of the Nation address last week is also the last one for the 6th administration. What is your thinking and your feeling? It feels like the end of the dawn.
Indeed. It first needs to be mentioned how beautiful you look this morning, Mampele. You actually belong with the beautiful people that are inside in the VIP area. But yeah, like you said, it is a very important day, very important State of the Province address for this current administration, and we wait to see what the Premier has in store for the people.
Into esingayo namhlanje kukuthiwa chacha bentetho yobume bephondo, ukanti ke igqiza esinalo ngapha Abbotsford sinazo nentatsheli zethu zempuma Kapa TV, uLunga kwakunye noJessica, nabo ke bahle bagadile phandle bajongile ukuba ngobani indwalutho ezikhoyo eseziphakathi, nanjengoko intetha kaNkulumbuso izawuqala ngentsimbi ye-11. Jessica, mandiqale ngawe.
Mandibulele kuwe Asanda. Ewe mina enkulu nebikade ixelwa ifikile namhlanje State of the Province Address ngo-Oscar Mabuyane. Silapha phandle ke ikwandim nolongkabheka indawo kwaye ne-weather iyasivumela into yoba masiqhubele mini. Wena mhlobo wami ingabe ubona ntoni?
Endibona MEC bahle, uyababona balindele nyani ukungena ngaphakathi bezova inkulu baphathiswa ephondo izawuthi isidakancele. Ubume bephondo beMpuma Kapa siyayazi ke lo nyaka unyaka oxakeke kakhulu. Sikhona ne-elections kulo nyaka, kodwa ke siqiniseka into yobana abemi beliphondo abalindelanga kuva nje izithembiso namhlanje, but bafuna ukuva into yobana ingaba zizintoni kahle kahle sele zenziwe kule minyaka ingama-30 lathi lafumana inkululeko elizwe. Masibuyisele kuwe Asanda.
Sibamba ngazo zozibini kuni Lumka nawe Jessica, nanjengoko ubozibonela nawe mbukeli, the parade is currently taking place outside. It's part of the tradition when we have occasions of the stature wherever they take place in the nation, whether in the province or nationally. So the parade is taking place outside, and of course there's going to be various different enactments of the symbols that form part of the national identity. And inside with me in studio we have the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Mlibo Koboshiane, and we need to have this discussion with him right now because very much detail has gone in putting this occasion together. Ndikubulise Mnumzane, siyavuya ukuba sibe nawe namhlanje. Masiqale ke nawo sithethe ngokuba eyona nto ikhawuleza icace gca kukuba kulo unyaka asikho kwindlu yowisomthetho, kodwa sikwenye indawo apha eAbbotsford. Ngabuchazela ukuba isigqibo esinifikelele njani kuso.
Inkosi, mandiqale nam ndizibulisele kubantu bephondo leMpuma Koloni ngemini eyodwa, imini ekhethekileyo, imini esizokwenza isangqa sokuphela kwe-5 years uburhulumente buqhuba kweli phondo. Eyona nto iye yabaluleka kuthi msasazi ibinto kokuba asinode sibe ngamakhulu amathathu kuphela kulandlo wisomthetho kodwa masenze kuba siseBuffalo City isixeko esimbaxa make siphume sisondele nangasebantwini yiyo lento amanani ethu eqabele kwi-1750. So we wanted to ensure that there is broader public participation and people want to hear the 5-year achievements, the challenges that we experienced. Also, what are the plans to ameliorate the challenge, and what is it that we can do to improve from the foundations of the past 5 terms, because we are ending the 6th term. And are we ready to bounce forward when we are launching the 7th term that is definitely forthcoming now that the date for elections has been pronounced?
Mntungomkhulu mandizibulisele nam siyavuya ukuba nawe apha kwezi studio zethu njengoba besimamele siyazi ukuba i-30 years ye-democracy le si-celebrateayo si-South Africa ne-democracy sesabona ukuba umongameli uCyril Ramaphosa ugxile kakhulu kwi-summary yale 3 decades i-ANC yiphethe into esingayilindela mhlawumbe nalapha ephondweni uba unkulumamphathiswa uDiya uzawuqhuba kanjalo naye.
Injalo msasazi kuba sizawube siphawula ukugqiba 30 sikhondoza ngenkqubo yentatho-nxaxheba yabantu beliphondo xa sisenza imithetho bephefumla nabantu xa sisenza imithetho sikuxolo xa sisenza inkqubela phambili kukho izicwangciso zophuhliso ezicacileyo nabantu besithi siyawazi umsebenzi owenzekileyo kodwa uzawube hlaba amadlala not zonke izinto esikwazileyo uzenza siziphumelele inyaniso leyo not wonke umuntu uhamba etheni inyaniso leyo but we are quite optimistic that
ukanti ke kulapha ngoku uyayazi ukuba kufuneka sike sithathe umobe wesizwe sicela sithi xa kancinci sokuqhubeka emva koko.
Okay.
Guard of honor, order arms.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Right, stand dead east.
Ladies and gentlemen, the parade will now perform the final complement in a form of a march pass. The march pass will be acknowledged by the Eastern Cape Premier, Honorable Oscar Mabuyane.
Right, attention. Guard of honor, shoulder arms. Right, close, order, march. Right, wind march past 5 platoons. In columns of 3s, parade will move to the right, turn. Dressing with delay. Quick, march.
Honorable Premier, what you see before you is a beautiful collaboration of the SAPS bands, Eastern Cape and Free State. Under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Moilwa as well as Captain Zabe.
They are followed by the platoon commander, parade commander, Captain Mwabesa.
Parade with eyes, front, 5 platoons.
Our flag bearer,
Warrant Officer Sikochi, leading the first platoon. I see women taking the lead, and that is such a beautiful sight to bestow. That is our female sergeant front, leading our second platoon.
of course, Premier, we can witness the women in the Buffalo City. They are taking the lead. That was our last platoon.
Followed by our parade commander, warrant officer, and behind him is the dog unit. Our heroes, they have God and they shall find.
That was Captain Chindela from K9.
Such a beautiful parade of men and women in blue, saying Sikona, saying Tumamina, more boots on the ground.
Of course, it is a beautiful, beautiful parade. At the state of the province address, as you can see, our drumming.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the departure of the functionary, the Premier of the Eastern Cape, Honorable Oscar Mabuyane, entourage. May we all rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Premier of the Eastern Cape marching off with our Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mene.
Umama Wempondo. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the program. I will now call upon Brigadier Mkhwebi to dismiss the parade.
powerful visuals of the parade. We were discussing technicals of
I will now request Brigadier Mkhwabi to dismiss the parade.
Yes, I don't know how I hope my microphone is on. Phambi kokuba sihambe siyobukela konke kwenzekayo pha phandle nanjengoko silindele uba inkulumbuso ithi thaca intetho nkulumo yakhe besisancokola nawe ukuba ingaba le ntetho izawuthwa thaca apha namhlanje izawufana okanye izawuhambisana nentetho eyethulwa ngumongameli i-State of the Nation address kule veki iphelileyo. Sikhumbule kwakhona ukuba le isopa yeyesithathu bandezi impazamo. Gauteng yenzekile, Western Cape iyenzeka namhlanje okanye seyenzekile nalini.
Kuzawuba njalo umsasazi kuba inkulumbuso noxa izawube ithetha ngobume bephondo kodwa siliphondo elikumzantsi Afrika. Izinto ezithethwe ngupresident kwintetho yobume belizwe ezicaphula nezinto efanele sijonge kuzo siliphondo. Wakhumbula uba inkulumbuso ithe xa ithatha intambo ngo-2019 yabeka imigomo nemiqathango ezawulandela phakathi kwezo zinto ukuba kunyuswe izinga lokuphuhliso lendlela. Siyayibona ke into yokuba icorridor esemampondweni ezabhlorho zinkulu nezona zizo zodide eAfrika. Siyabona into yokuba kwi-special economic zone kwindawo zorhwebelwano kukho ukunyuka kwezinga labaxhamli nabo ke bangosomashishini abasuka ngaphandle lento kunothi zi-SEZs special economic zones. Siyayibona uba ingqurha ngokuna izoba yenye yendawo yokuthumela izimbiwa kumazwe angaphandle. Isixelele ke loo nto yoba siyi-platform economically that is very much ready for export and imports, and we are the biggest seawater port, which is Port of Ngqura. Nansi i-Mercedes-Benz isibonakalisela uba nayo izawukwazi ukhulisa utyalo apha kweli lase-Buffalo City. Ithetha ukuthi ke loo nto ii-components manufacturing capabilities zelphondo zizawukwazi uba nazo zibe kwizinga lokokuba nabaxhamli abangathathi intweni small micro medium enterprises zizawukwazi uba zithabathe inxaxheba komelezwe oomasipala bethu kufokaswe kubuyiswe i-confidence. Oomasipala babonakalisa ucoceko, babonakalisa uba i-governance, i-structures ezenza into yokuba abantu babe nethemba lokokuba angafika amanzi, not nje amanzi but amanzi acocekileyo emzini nasemakhaya njalo njalo. Zizinto endicinga uba ebengenogqiba intetho yakhe engakhange athi bekungekho njalo before 1994 kodwa kukho umahluko ngo-2024.
Okay, sibulele Mntungwa. Andanoba sisenalo nexesha lokuba sibuze omnye umbuzo okanye sisazi njengoba Mntungwa into ebalulekileyo uba kuzophinde kube khona esinye i-State of the Province address after i-election. So nantoni na ayithethayo unkulu waphathiswa yeli xesha isisa kwi-elections.
Msasazi ngokomgaqo siseko nangokomthetho urhulumente osekhona ngulokuba konyulwa omnye kuyanyanzeleka ke ngokuba ngokwe-rules of legislation ne-rules of parliament athethe inkulumbuso kuba uhlahlo lwabo mali olu sikulo nothungelwano xa kukurhulumente omtsha kuba i-advantage yedemocracy ne-transition yethu yedimeneyo. Abantu bawo-refresh imandate but urhulumente yena uzawuba khona. Into enotshintsha ke mhlawumbi ingangabo bantu bazokonyulwa but i-state continues but government may change. Isibonakalisela loo nto ke into yoba asicwangciseli namhlanje, sicwangcisela i-future. Yiyo le nto into azozithetha ngoku xa ugqitywa ukonyulwa kuba iyobe ngomnye urhulumente omtsha kraca another term constitutionally. Kuzawunyanzeleka uba nalapho uzibophelele lo rhulumente ze sithi thina amalungu epalamente amatsha athi hold that government accountable for i-performance, for i-failures, for i-annual performance plans ukwenzela uba xa iphela loo mandate kuthiwe wawuthe ngalamini.
Masibambe ngazuzo zibini apho kanye Mtungwa noko sobele kakhulu umfanekiso uba singalindela ntoni namhlanje. He is the Deputy Speaker of Legislature here in the Eastern Cape, and he's just leading us to our first ad break. The broadcast continues after this.
Following the 2019 elections, a new dawn rose over the Eastern Cape. Led by Premier Oscar Mabuyane, a government fueled by hope and determination took to the helm. Their mission? To unlock the immense potential of this land, to empower its people, and to write a brighter future for generations to come. They envisioned an Eastern Cape where opportunity bloomed, where education unlocked doors.
I am very happy because now we can have access to computer labs. These computers help us a lot in doing our assignments.
And where healthcare reached every corner. They dreamed of thriving industries, vibrant communities, and a future where hope echoed in every heart. Big news hit the province when it was announced that the Transnet and National Ports Authority would be relocating its headquarters to the port of Ngqura in Gqeberha in 2021. Education as an apex priority was modernized through many e-learning modules and cyber lab introductions, as well as upgrading school infrastructure and building new schools for communities. The food baskets were further secured by supporting subsistence to commercial emerging farmers, as well as further propping up existing entities. Further investment in heavy industry, light industry, oceans economy, and commercial industry was starting to show the fruits of the Eastern Cape Provincial Government's labor in the beginning of 2022.
At the SOPA, we would like the Premier to attach and talk about the youth empowerment in terms of capacitating the learners.
Who is on that special broadcast of the State of the Province address in the province of the Eastern Cape, brought to you by Mpumakapa TV. We are going to be continuing engaging with various guests, but before we do that, let me introduce to you before I introduce our analyst in studio, let me go back to Lumka to tell us about the going-ons outside of the venue.
Thank you so much, Asanda. Selingenile ngokwenene inkulu baphathiswa ngaphakathi ihamba nabo abaphathiswa bephondo leMpuma Kapa nawo amanye amagosa ke karhulumente. Kodwa ke ngoku andikho kunye ndodwa. I am joined by Bobby Levanson, who is from the DA, who is the leader of the DA in the legislature. Greetings to you, sir, and welcome to MPK News.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. We know that the ANC is celebrating 30 years this year, and there's a lot that has been done. There's a lot that they've been promising all these years. What can you say about those things? Can you talk to us brief?
Yes, well, I think if you look at the Eastern Cape, to be brutally frank, there's not a lot to celebrate. Just yesterday, the latest unemployment statistics came out, where unemployment went up in the Eastern Cape by 3.2%, now standing at 41.9%, with youth unemployment well over 60% at the moment. And this is because this province does not build a sustainable foundation for economic growth and a quality of life.
We know that this year is a very busy year. We have elections coming up. Do you think there are still things that the ruling party can change?
There are always things you can change. If you're in government, you need to wake up every day and think, how can you improve the quality of life of our citizens? I'll give you one example. There was a human rights report about the hungry and starving children in the Eastern Cape, where children are dying from malnutrition, where 27% of the children of this province are stunted. But when you look at the budget for food parcels, it decreased this year from 6.1 million to 5.2. So one thing one could do in the very short term is supply food parcels for the hungry families of the Eastern Cape.
All right. And also, we have been having a lot of cases, people complaining that it's been a lot of years, but there are still things, especially when it comes to service delivery. Do you think if you can get an opportunity to be the ruling party, the DA, would you do some changes, or what can you promise to the people of this province?
Well, we would certainly make big changes. First of all, we would start with creating the right foundation for economic growth, so jobs can be created. Secondly, we would ensure that plans are put in place to assist people with the cost of living, particularly those families that are battling to eat at the moment. We would take immediate action to fix the roads. You know, the roads are what the roads are to economy, the arteries are to the heart. And in the Eastern Cape, you've got hotels on the coast like Mazeppa Bay Hotel closing down because the visitors can't get to them. When it comes to local government, we would drastically improve service delivery.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is Robin Stevenson, who is the leader of the DA.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Ndime kunye naye uDeputy Mayor waseNelson Mandela Bay nanjengokuba sisazi ke iphondo leMpuma Kapa linengxaki elijongene nazo ezinkulu. Mama mandibulele ndikwamkele ngokuba kunye nathi. Ingaba mhlambi kule sopa iphelileyo xa uOscar Mabuyane ebethetha ngayo zindoni izinto othe waziphawula nongathi zifezekile nongathi unqonela into yokuba zitshintshwe klonyaka xa yethetha.
Nkosi Msasazi, sizapha sichulumancile kakhulu kubona umahluko owenziweyo usukela kule ntetho uyowiso mthetho uPremier yenzileyo ngonyaka ophelileyo. Sizibonile zakhiwe bridges out of 34 eziyi-19 zakhiwe across the province. Sizibonile izikolo sazi experience nathi Nelson Mandela under le administration, le 6th administration sakhelwe izikolo ezine eNelson Mandela, ezinye za renovatwa. So siyayibulela kakhulu indima eyenziweyo. Sijongile kakhulu ba kule ntetho yowiso mthetho ka Premier kukuba makathethe kakhulu nge-safety of the province, ukuba imali izawube ibekwa bucala kangakanani nezinye inzame ezawube zisenziwa kwizitishi nenzame ezawube zisenziwa ukuba silinka njani na i-region to region ukwenzela into yoba umuntu angathi enze icrime kwenye indawo akwazi uyohlala kwenye. Sibe ne-system ezawukwazi uba integrated, sibe ne-province esafe. Sijonge nokuba nakweze zembiwa ukuba kwi-oceans economy kuba uzawuthetha thini na, ngoba i-coastal area yethu asikayisebenzisi to the maximum apho sikwazi ukutsho khona uba si-comfortable nokuba sizisebenzise za resources imisebenzi yakwazi ukwenzeka. So sijongile into yokuba uzawuthetha thini na nakwelo icandelo.
Manibulele Deputy ngexesha lakho. Manibulele ke Deputy ngexesha lakho. Abahlali siyayazi into yokuba bajonge into yokubana uPremier amise izinto azakuzenza, kodwa okona bakujongileyo zintshukumo ezakuzenzeka emveni kokuba uPremier ethethile namhlanje.
In our studio, we also have political analyst Dr. Thapelo Tselape, DTT, and he is going to be one of the key people who's going to help us unpack whatever the fundamental themes to the Premier SOPAs are. So, Thapelo, let's start here. Before, we haven't heard the SOPA, it's only going to come in the next 20 minutes or so. But what is significant is that this is the end of the 6th administration for all intents and purposes, 30 years post-democracy. I don't know, we heard the State of the Nation address. What is your feeling or thinking towards what is to be expected of the Premier today?
Stand by 3.
Look, I mean, I think there's quite a lot to cover. There's quite a lot for the Premier to be able to tell us what's happened to some of the projects. I think there's also quite a lot to follow up on, i.e. what happened to the bilateral with Egypt. specifically on the investments, of course, in the Eastern Cape. There's quite a lot, I think, that he needs to touch on. And it's going to be interesting, of course, in what does he touch on, given that this is the sort of final administration or government before the elections now come May. But I don't want to say too much. I'd like to hear what he's got to tell us.
Indeed, I mean, Cyril Ramaphosa, we saw him taking that tone during the SONA. It was not received very well. You know, the ANC could always, and past administrations could always go back and sum up what they've done for 30 years. And they would be able to flex about it. It doesn't look like they still have that muscle. Everybody is tired of the ruling party going back to what it's done. Do you think that is likely to happen here in a province like the Eastern Cape?
Look, I'm not sure, but I understand the reason for doing so. Of course, you are still in campaign mode. Elections are in May, so you want to give a comprehensive, showcasing that this government since 1994 has been doing this and that. But part of the problem there is, of course, that the ANC has also been its own enemy inside government. So that's part of the problem here. I think if the Eastern Cape were to come, or the Premier were to come and say that, well, we've done this in the past 30 years, I think part of the comments or responses could be that, but yes, you've done this 1, 2, and 3, but you've also had these problems. So it's obviously not a clean program that government has, or the ANC government has run since 1994, and there's quite a lot of things that they need to be able to account for. So I can't imagine that quite a lot of people are happy with Cyril Ramaphosa being able to go that far. But certainly, I think part of the issue there is that it's just campaigning. To show that there is quite a lot, especially given the campaign around that 2024 is our 1994. You'd obviously want to combat that narrative.
Speaking about that, the analogy of a baby being born at a certain time, and as the years go by, the different developmental stages that child undergoes. If we were to take that analogy, then this democratic project is now a 30-year-old adult. Going back to what you were saying, is it enough to constantly refer back to saying that, because essentially what 2024 is the 1994, you're saying this 30-year-old is still the baby. That's not quite possible, right?
Look, I mean, it's not a clean performance of 30 years, and I think the name is Tinswalo, isn't it? Yes. Tinswalo could be a 30-year-old who's doing quite well, educated in corporate or in government, wherever they may be. Or Tinswalo could also be a person who's not doing quite well financially, they're unemployed, yes. They're not living in the best places in this country, they're in a rural area and so on. So I think you'd find that the performance of the ANC government for the past 30 years has not been clean, in the sense that it is not just one way, in the sense that it's all been good. I think that you'll find many instances where there are different types of Tinswalos. I think we must be very careful to typecast this Tinswalo post-1994.
Mm-hmm. And then now you find that even when they try to point out to what they have done, it just keeps unraveling, because this energy crisis it just keeps deepening. I was looking this morning, I saw a notification of stage 4. That means as they're trying to get as close as possible to the elections, it doesn't look like they are solving it. And here it's got industrial implications in this province. You know, we've got the motor vehicle industry that we heavily rely on. That doesn't help.
Look, I think, the government in the Eastern Cape for a number of years has really been driving an industrialization program. Yes. Whether in roads, whether to make sure that at Kucha things are happening, whether there is also quite a lot of exports and imports happening in the different parts of the provinces, in the coastal areas. I think the issue of Eskom and electricity generation is the country's Achilles heel. And one of the things that I think that we have not spoken about is that half of our democratic dispensation has been as, going through load shedding. Half. So there goes that Tenzalo, effectively for 15 years, she has no conception of past teenage years of a South Africa that has sustainable energy. So that's quite a problem.
Well, it's been part of her life, really, so which may be not a very good thing. But before we really delve into the key themes that we're expecting from these different speeches, I'd like for us to discuss really talk about the state of the province, state of the nation. I like the indigenous word for it, ubume. Bendawo. That is what the state of a place is. Now, going back, remembering those giddy years, 30 years ago, the first State of the Province address in the Eastern Cape, delivered by the first Premier Raymond Mhlaba. Then after that would follow Makengesi, Reverend Makengesi Stofile. After that, if I'm not wrong, would have been Nosimo Palindlela. And after Nosimo Palindlela, this and that, and so on and so forth. Can't believe I just said that. But what I'm getting to is there was a definite giddiness in that 1994, the tangible 1994. Now, this new 1994 that 2024 is meant to be, is it giving the same hope, the same excitement for people to have something to look forward to?
Look, that's quite difficult to tell. I guess it depends on you're reading. Are you reading on Twitter? Are you gauging people's sentiments at varsities where I'm located? Are you gauging people's sentiments at Pick and Pay or in public institutions like Home Affairs, Traffic Department? Where are you gauging these sentiments? But I think it's a mixed bag of where people sit. I think for the most part, the large part of South Africans are not happy with where things are. There's certainly no giddiness that, at least from my own observations, particularly in your sort of Twitter spaces, but importantly around public institutions. People are obviously, honestly, sort of expecting bad to come, or they're having tea break while I'm here at the Traffic Department, or they're about to close here at Home Affairs. So there's this sort of attitude towards the state that's not quite good, because people expect bad form from the government, and I don't think that's a very good way of thinking about what is the future of South Africa.
Coming to you live from the Abbotsford Christian Center, north of East London in the Buffalo City Metropole. As you can tell, Mbukeli, kuye kugcwala phakathi eholweni, kuye abantu bankalo zonke bengena apha phakathi balindele ukuba kuthiwe thaca intetho yobume bephondo, intetho yenkulumbuso ulubabalo Oscar Mabuyane nekulindeleke uba uzayithi thaca intetho yakhe ngentsimbi yeshumi elinanye. Zininzi ke indidi zabantu ezizawuba khona namhlanje, hayi nje inkokheli zephondo kodwa inkokheli zomthonyama. Kulo unyaka nanjengokuba besivile uDeputy Speaker we-Legislature ukuba kuyeza kubakho nabantu, umntu ofana nawe, umntu ofana nawe abamenyiweyo bakhe bazozibonela uba xa kuthethwa ngokuthiwa thaca kwesopha na xa kuthiwa thaca kuthethwa ngamatheko kumila kunje, kuthethwa ngantoni, bazozibonela ngawabo. Kanti ke bezinintsi nee-competitions ebeziqhutywa kwindawo ngendawo zokunika umntu nomntu ithuba lokuba afumane ithuba lokuwina noba litikiti nje akhe azozibonela ofunayo, which is a very good initiative, I think, Jefferson.
It is indeed, Mampele. You've said it. Just to go back to our discussion, Dr. Tselapedi, let's talk about the positives. There have been positives. I mean, the ANC has not been re-voted for nothing all these years. And maybe the one we can think of now, an immediate one, recent one, the matric results of this year, 81.4%, I think. Is that an indication that our education system is changing. You're in the higher education sector. This 81%, is this something that we can build on? Is this something that we can write home about?
I mean, I think you also remember that the year before it was sitting at, I think, around 77% matrics. And I think there's been a qualitative difference now. So there's been a higher number of bachelor passes. So I think that's quite improvement. Those are good improvements for the province. And I think if you look at the 6th administration, they really have been looking at the sort of 7 priority point areas that they've been talking about for a number of years now. And I think education has been one. I think they can sort of say, well,
are you seeing the changes at university level of what you're getting from secondary school level?
It's very difficult. I think for the most part, we get a lot of students who struggle to read or don't want to read. So I think qualitatively, we'll have to see how they look like after 3 years once they graduate.
All right.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We will be carrying on with our conversation, but we do want to see, because we're only a few minutes shy from the delivery of the address of the state of the province by the Premier. So let's go back to Ulumka, who's out in the field, to tell us a little bit more as to what she's seeing transpire there.
11.
Thank you so much, Asanda. Siyayazi into yobana qho xa kukhona isoba ziba khona iinkosi zemveli, ziba khona iinkosi zendlu yowiso-mthetho. Ndikunye naye ke apha oyigest yam nguye ke yena unkosi ozothi asicacisele kabanzi mhlawumbi ngezinto abarhalela ukuziva namhlanje okanye izinto urhulumente ekudala bathembisa ngazo. Naye ke uphaya kwi-legislature yethu yeliphondo leMpuma Kapa, unkosi ozothi abe uyasinabisela banzi. Mhlekazi, masukubulisa sikwamkele eMpuma Kapa.
Mandibulise msasazi, ndibulise kuwe nabaphulaphuli ababukeli.
Qaba nje siyayazi into yobana ningabanye ababantu abathi babe nezikhalazo ababanazo phaa ingakumbi emakhaya, izinto enirhalela zenziwe ngurhulumente. Ingaba niyoneliseka sokufazi izinto esele nizenziwe okanye ninazo izikhalazo ninazo uba zikhona zindoni?
Msasazi, inyaniso yokokuba asaneliseki, kodwa somelezwa kukuqonda okokuba neRoma zange yakhiwa ngeminenye. Siyazibuka ezikhoyo ezenziweyo njengokuthi kwindawo esihlala kuzo noko kulento inophuhliso nokuba ingahambi ngesantya esicinga uba sifanelekile, kodwa uyakwazi uyibona inguqu uthi u-2024 ungcono kunobungathelekisa ukuya ku-1994. Noko ke lo mgama wanjiweyo singakhomba.
Thank you so much, Mhlekazi.
Ndiyabulela.
Lowo ke nguye ke ongusekela sihlalo phaa kwindlu yenkosi kwi-legislature yeliphondo leMpuma Kapa. Sijonge into yobana ziba khona izinto eziba imicelimngeni, kodwa ke uthi zikhona izinto azenzelwe urhulumente abonelekisela ngazo. Asanda.
Inkosi kakhulu Lumka, ndiqinisekile ke uba senthe nqwadalala kwiindawo ngeendawo ukuba sekushiyeke nje kancinci imizuzu 17 phambi kokuba simamelisise ukuba le nto ibubume bephondo, intlalo yasekuhlaleni, ukuba kunjani, kwenzeka ntoni, ngokubonakala kubunkokheli bethu. Siza kuyiva loo ncoko leyo iqhutywa kwanguye nkulumbuso wephondo nozawube ke ithithaca. State of the Province Address 2024, the very last one, mind you, of this 6th administration, this 6th government. Gents, we were going just before we went to get a sense of what's happening outside. We know that by now everyone is already seated. It's the last details, official parts of the program that must take place before we can get into this. I'm very curious, you know, Tapelo, the industrialization of the Eastern Cape. I want us to pick up on that because it really seems that no longer can the Eastern Cape be, you know, equated to underdevelopment. Yes, it's largely rural, but the development, each time I am traveling by road, it's pretty evident that there is development taking place.
Yeah. I mean, on the way here from Grahamstown to East London, I saw quite a lot of differences on the road infrastructure, and I think that's quite important. And I think it's quite a big thing, the investments also into infrastructure, also into the harbours, into the import and export economy. I think that's quite crucial for the Eastern Cape. And I think the Premier has been quite clear about these sort of developments, particularly also about connecting rural areas to towns and access to services as well. Also ambulances to be moving around in areas where previously it was difficult for them to move into. So I think that's been quite clear, and you see that in the speeches. But this must also be accompanied by, unfortunately, where at the beginning of each year we come to the State of the Provincial Address. And then throughout the year, there's all of these media reports that you see, in a sense, challenging SOPA. So it's jarring, in a sense, to see these two sort of instances happening, because to a very large part, what happens throughout the year after the SOPA is really what determines the strength of the projects that the Premier has put in place.
All right.
Let's just take a look again to what is happening inside. Now, those would be the judges of the province. They are currently making their way into plenary. And at any moment now, we are going to have the Premier also enter the plenary along with members of his executive committee, and certainly by now we know that the MPLs, the members of the provincial legislature, by now should be seated and in place. We just left with a few minutes before we hear that SOPA. I did cut you off, Tapelo. I do apologize for that. Let's continue exactly with the discussion around infrastructure. And I know Jeff wants to come in as well, but I wanted to ask if the development, the improvement to the infrastructure, it also seems to be in line with a province that wants to be counted amongst others that are ready to do business, because you can't grow an economy without the necessary infrastructure. Does the development in infrastructure point towards a growing economy in the province? What is your take on that?
Look, I think if you see the investments being made, they have also increased the employment in the province. Quite a number of also young people have benefited from those investment projects. So I think that's been quite important. And I do think that looking at, like I said earlier, the bilateral between the Eastern Cape and Egypt, the engagements also last year between the Eastern Cape, the Premier's office, together with the free trade agreement on the continent, really shows that the province is trying to position itself as one that is also developed and that can welcome international business. I think one of the projects that's quite impressive and that's now looking into resource mobilization is the Eastern Seaboard project between sort of Eastern Cape and the Southern KZN. So that's something to look out for in the sort of, I guess, few years to come.
I don't know if we are going to have a lot of time for this one, but just quickly, I mean, when you talk about corruption and governance here in the province, you cannot ignore the performance by the municipalities. You come from one of the historically ailing ones. You come from Makanda. There has been Gijima. We saw the changes that happened from it being Lukanji, but the complaints still continue there. I think you still have water issues in Makanda. I don't know if those have improved. What is your take on this administration and improving municipalities?
I mean, in Makanda, it's 2 days in, I think 1 day out with water. So it's quite difficult, you know. Also, the quality of the water is quite an issue as well. So I think municipalities, I guess it's what I said earlier, it's jarring. There's one instance where you come to the State of the Provincial Address and you see all these projects happening and you see all of these people getting these job opportunities. But after that, you know, they're not able to deliver services in the way in which they spoke about it at the Provincial Address. And I think that quite clearly indicates that there's a seeping happening through, whether at, you know, government officials. You know, I'm just now reminded of an instance where, you know, officials within the Premier's office had been involved in some corruption in Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. around the issue of temporary classrooms for students. So that's quite interesting, and I don't know how to respond to that. And I think, however, for me, the issues around delivery of services is an Achilles heel for the province, but I think also for the country.
Indeed, we are waiting for that delivery of the State of the Province address by the Premier, and it's going to happen any time now. And we still have Dr. Tsilapedi in the studio, and it looks like Asanda, we are going to be taking the speech after all.
Yes, we are going to be taking the speech. The clock is ticking very nicely. I'm just remembering that the Premier of the Eastern Cape's maiden speech must have been in 2018, if I'm not wrong. That would have been post NASREC conference with he succeeded Phumulo Masualle, who was Premier then, and then so this would make it his 7th SOPA or 8th SOPA. Guys, did we not do maths? But essentially, if then it was 2018, then it was 2019, so 2019 to now, 5 years, 6th, 7th, I think we can more or less be comfortable with that number, but this would then be the last of this entire administration. Now, we are meant to be going back inside plenary because the official program is about to take place, and it is such a beautiful program. Anyone who's not witnessed it before, so we certainly don't want to rob you of the opportunity to witness what is meant when we talk about the State of the Province address, Eastern Cape style.
Order, Madam Speaker, the Premier of the Province of the Eastern Cape and the presiding officers.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. You may be seated. No, honorable members, that did not say start the discussions. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Molweni. Goeiemôre, mense. Ja, almal praat Afrikaans, né? Good morning. It's good to be here. It's good to see all the beautiful people of the Eastern Cape. But before we start our proceedings, we have a few rules that we need to spell out to honorable members. Members, you are once again reminded that this is a formal sitting of the legislature, and therefore all the standing rules of the legislature apply. Members and guests, please keep your cell phones and other devices on silent or switch it off. The proceedings are being streamed live on YouTube, Facebook pages of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature and the Office of the Premier, and it is also being shared on the government department pages. We are also on Umhlobo Wenene FM True FM and the Eastern Cape Community Radio Hub. Additionally, to accommodate those who unfortunately cannot be accommodated within the precinct, we have public viewing areas in municipalities around the province of the Eastern Cape. Furthermore, these proceedings are broadcast live on Mpuma Kapa TV and the Parliamentary Channel. Honourable members, this is a sitting of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 17 of its standing rules of procedure to allow the Honourable Premier to deliver the State of the Province address. In terms of Section 2, subsection 1 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliaments and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004, the precincts of Parliament is the area of land and every building or part of a building under Parliament's control, including A, the chambers in which the proceedings of the houses are conducted, and every part of the buildings in which the chambers are situated, and every committee room and other meeting places provided or used primarily for every other building or part of the building connection with the galleries and lobbies of the chambers, the forecourt, yard, garden, enclosure or open space thereto, insofar as it may be necessary for the achievement of the object of this Act in case where a House or committee convenes beyond the seat of the Parliament. This Act applies as if the premises where the House or committee is sitting were the precincts of Parliament. Honourable Member, I therefore wish to formally declare the Christian Centre Abbotsford, East London as the official precinct of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. In terms of Rule 17, subsection 5 of the Standing Rules, no point of order, question of privilege or a question to the Premier shall be allowed once the Premier takes the podium to commence delivering the State of the Province address. Honourable members, at this point, we would like to acknowledge some of the guests that we have here, noting that Premier will also acknowledge, and we will also do a few acknowledgements towards the end if time permits us. We want to acknowledge the kings and the queens representing Amaxhosa Kingdom, the Amapondo, Asenyandeni, Western Tembuland, Amagagabe, all MECs, all members of the provincial legislature, the members of the judiciary led by the acting Judge President Dawood, the EXCO of the Eastern Cape House of Traditional Leaders, leaders of the Khoi and the San, Contralesa, the traditional religion, and Imbumbwa Yamakosikazi, religious leaders, and those spanned from the Baha'i, the Muslim faith, the African traditional faith, Christian, as well as the Rastafarians that is present here today. The majority-led party, the African National Congress, is led by the Provincial Secretary, Mr. Nukayetobi, all leaders of the political parties represented in the legislature, the SAPS Provincial Commissioner, the ambassadors from Cuba, Venezuela, from the World Health Organization, from Russia, India, China, and the United Kingdom. The Premier will duly recognize those ones. The Deputy Minister from our own National Parliament, Minister Patikile Holomisa, and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honourable Lichisa Tsenoli, you are most welcome. Our First Lady of the Province, Mrs. Mabuyane, is also present with us. I understand there's only one First Lady. Don't know if it's very... but we only recognize one. Yeah. There was a joke. Wait, order. Order. Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members. May there please be order in the House. I'm glad I could get you smiling. Yesterday, Premier was very emphatic when people were saying his partners and he was insisting he has only got one partner and it must go on record. And it is all guests of the Premier will duly recognize them. They are a wide range that is with us, from the sectors, the DG of the province, the Secretary to the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, and if we have secretaries from other legislatures that have joined us, the troikas of metros and the district municipalities, all local municipal troikas have also been invited. Our Chapter 9 and our Chapter 10 institutions, SALGA and the South African Cities Network, the legislature stakeholders and corporate parties, our Eastern Cape Child ambassadors. Then in our midst, we know that we have a reigning boxing champion with us, but in our midst we also have the two-time disabled wheelchair boxing builder athlete internationally, Mr. Max Kulati. He is from Gqeberha. Welcome, Max. Our special guests from our districts and our metros, all of our speakers have also invited an eminent guest from their constituency. Our radio and our pre-SOPA public winners, and perhaps I'm not sure if this is now my partner, but I have multiple partners here. One of my guests, the principal of Sotkaisa Senior Secondary School, Mr. Lungisi Nopote, a very distinguished guest for me, so possibly he will go down as my partner for the day, I'm not quite sure. Well done. Honourable members, we know that there might be other distinguished guests whose names that we will get that we have not received at the time of printing, but those are the guests. Can we also acknowledge that you are all welcome, you are all our guests. Those are just a few of the very, very important announcements that we needed to make. Honourable the Secretary, I will now ask you to make a few announcements.
And emphasize that guests are required to remain in their seats for the duration of their address by the Honourable Premier, and should there be a need for anyone to move out, this must be done without any disturbance. We have protocol officers all around the house who may assist you should then need that kind of assistance. We also plead with guests to refrain from using a camera flash in the house when taking videos or pictures inside the chamber. We have ablution facilities. I'm sure many have already seen them, but for those that have not seen them, they are on the main auditorium, just on my right behind this wall, and also when you go down the stairs here. But we also have, besides here, on the floor for persons with disability, also on the outside, there is ablution facilities provided. Protocol staff, as I've said, will continue to support those that need assistance should there be a need to be assisted to the ablution facilities. We have 5 exit doors in this chamber, as you can see from that side, as also behind and also that side. We have those exit doors. So in case of an emergency, we also have an assembly point, which is the parade ground, which is a parking area where the parade ground was taking place outside, should there be an emergency. At the end of the Premier's address, we request that all guests must remain silent and standing until the procession of the Speaker and the Premier has left the chamber and until protocol and security staff indicate that the doors are open. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Honourable Secretary. I will now call upon the Secretary to read the first order of the day. You may proceed, sir. There is no order. There is no order in terms of the rules. You may prepare.
The Honourable Premier of the Eastern Cape Province, State of the Province Address.
I will now call upon the Premier to address the House.
bangasanga ngapha na utsho aba bamsesincede because befana buze ngapha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The Judge President and the entire bench, members of the Executive Council, Deputy Speaker, and members of the Provincial Legislature. The Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly and the members of the National Assembly present here, our former premiers, kings and queens, members of the diplomatic and consular corps, leaders of the provincial house and local houses of the traditional and coisans, mayors of our municipalities present here and the leadership of Salga, leaders of the political parties, Jambono Para Apa, we African National Congress, Ekogela Yonge Alliance, Wagunye Nemibuto ke yezo politiko yonke elapha efana nalona umbutho nubona. The religious leadership and the business, the leaders of the civil society and labor, the Director General, heads of department, municipal managers, and government officials. Sixakekile kweli phondo. Asinalo elixesha lale ndlala.
much, members. Thank you so much, honorable members. We are requesting the security services to remove the members of the EFF from the precinct, in terms of Section 4 of the Privileges and Immunities Act. Can please the security services remove the EFF from the precinct?
Yes. Doesn't reflect.
I don't see. Come on.
Premier.
Why is not? It's not easy to issue as we see. It doesn't come through. I think we must adjust it then.
As we can see there, the members of legislature belonging to the Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF, are currently being ejected or removed from the plenary after staging protest for a few months, disrupting the address of the Premier, leading to the Speaker of the legislature ordering that they be removed, and that is what is currently happening. And Jefferson, it has become a feature, if you will, for lack of a better word, since 2019, that since the party, became members of parliament, members of various legislatures, the disruption itself has become a feature of these occasions. But we do know that the right to protest is a right that is enshrined in the Constitution, but I don't know, is it perhaps becoming a bit tired? What word am I looking for here?
Yeah, it seems to be. It is a weapon that the EFF has been using since the Zuma years. We saw it around about 2016, 17, round about the time that the report by the then public protector against Jacob Zuma came out. And since then, we've seen the EFF in varying degrees and varying, shows of energy engaging in this activity. I think Cyril Ramaphosa's regime experienced it last year, and it led to legislation that actually banned this kind of activity before it happened. That was last year at the legislature. I know we've seen at the National Assembly rather, but we've seen it in the legislature in various provinces, it happening. It's not something that I remember happening a lot here in the Eastern Cape. It did happen in the early years, but I have not seen it for a long time. And I kind of got the feeling that maybe they were not well versed in how to deal with it, and they allowed it to go on maybe longer than it should have, as we can see now that they finally, the 5, 4, 7, okay, it's a number of members that have been ejected. But it seemed to take long for them to decide how to deal with it.
Yes.
Because I wonder if it's maybe because they were not used to this happening here.
And I think, though, we had an indication that they would not hold the fort for that long, mindful that at the State of the Nation address, there was various court action that was taking place, and the final judgment was that those members who had been found to have disrupted last year's SONA were therefore not allowed to attend the State of the Nation. And now that the members of the EFF have left the plenary and other members of legislature have returned back to their seats, it's only a matter of time before the disrupted address that the Premier had already initiated was about to start, or rather just after the Imbongi introduced him and he was about to start, then the disruption happened, and of course the Speaker of Legislature had to stop. Now we're going back to the State of the Province address by Premier Mabuyane.
Legislature namalungu endlu yoqingqo wisomthetho ndaqaphela ubukho buka Deputy Speaker wase National Assembly, the Honorable Member Tsinodi namalungu from the National Assembly, ubukho be former premiers, kings and queens, nenkokheli zonke zemveli zezwe lakowethu, the members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, the leadership of our provincial house and local houses, as well as the leadership of the Khoisans, omeya bonke kwakunye ne-leadership kaSalga, the leaders of political parties besesitshilo ba unobhala we-ANC in this province ukhona apha phakathi kwethu umfoka Ngcuka Ithobi nenkokheli zonke ze-ANC Alliance neminye imibutho yezopolitiko elapha nabaya baphuma siyababulisa nabo, the business and the leadership of the civil society and inkokheli zabasebenzi nabasebenzi uqobo, Director General and heads of departments and other government officials, the esteemed guests, abemi belpondo, bonke abasemamele emakhaya. Good morning, goeiemorgen, kgotsong, molweni ephondweni. Somlomo obekekileyo sinenkqubela phambili ethungelanayo ekwakheni iphondo leMpuma Kapa ibe liphondo esilifunayo. Silapha ke namhlanje sizokwabelana ngezo ndaba, sivumeleke somlomo kokuba sithunge induku ebandla xa sinika le ntetho yobume bephondo yokugqibela kurhulumente wesithandathu. On the 28th of June 2019, Honorable Speaker, we came before this august House and tabled a 5-year plan to build the Eastern Cape we want. Following the overwhelming mandate we were given by people of our province, today we are back here to provide a report on how far we have progressed to fulfill our electoral mandate. Ngeliphandle somlomo namalunga bekekileyo sizokujonga umgama esiwuhambileyo nembongi itshilo apha yathi akho nto inozigqitywe ngobusuku obunye, kodwa ke mandigawule ndiwarhuqa. Fellow citizen, we know too well how difficult and painful the journey of freedom was. We are survivors of the apartheid regime, the most cruel system you can even think of. We are survivors of the colonial system, but we never ceased to believe that one day we will be free as this country. In 1994, we finally defeated the apartheid system, whose brutality knew no bounds, and ushered into power a government of the people, by the people, for the people. As we mark 30 years of freedom and democracy in our country, we remember some of the people who helped and played stellar roles in our struggle for liberation. One such eminent person is the late John Langalibela Dube, Umafukuzela. He was elected to be the first president of the governing party, the ANC, in its founding conference in 1912. Today is his birthday. We are forever indebted to President John Dube for blazing a trail to liberate the people of South Africa. The second eminent person we want to pay gratitude to is the late Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. This unsung hero of our liberation struggle would have been 100 years old this year. We have not forgotten his invaluable contribution towards the achievement of our freedom and democracy. We are honoring these compatriots and many other fallen activists by working very hard daily to create a better life for current and future generations in our province. We are encouraged by the words of our people like Stelo Joni from Chabo village, who is survivor of the Bisho massacre. He wrote to me and said, and I quote, "Premier, we see the positive developments that freedom and democracy brought us. Keep up the good work, but focus more on rural communities." Your point is taken, Mr. Johnny. Mr. Johnny. At least we are born. Your point is taken, Mr. Johnny. Accelerating the development of our communities, both urban and rural, is exactly what we are doing as government led by the African National Congress. We understand the change that we sometimes go through it, but already the Eastern Cape has turned the corner into a positive socio-economic trajectory in the past 5 years. If I was asked to go back to the day I was born and given the chance to choose the province of my birth, I would still choose to be born in this beautiful province, the province of Eastern Cape. Despite our challenges, we are resilient. We are decent, not our. We have shown great humanity to each other in the past 5 years. We showed up to comfort the families of children we lost. Together we consoled many families who lost loved ones during COVID-19 pandemic. We marched hand in hand to demonstrate our disgust against incidents of gender-based violence and femicides that claimed so many lives of our women and young women like Uyinene Mkhwetyana, Uliandra Jayhels, Nostelo Mtebeni, and many, many other women in our province. Similarly, we bowed our heads to acknowledge and honor many departed compatriots who contributed immensely to our struggle for liberation and social cohesion. It is these kinds of selfless acts of Ubuntu, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, that make me proud to be a citizen of this province. We rejoiced together in the past 5 years when our sporting heroes and heroines performed exceptionally in the international sporting tournaments. We won the Rugby World Cup, Banyana Banyana, yaphumelela phaa kwi-AFCON, yazane AFCON. A revived Bafana Bafana has just won a bronze medal in the AFCON. Our boxing stars, such as Siveno Nchinga, the special one, continue to fight bravely, putting the Eastern Cape on the global map. Bendixelelwa into yoba ukhona apha phakathi kwethu namhlanje. Uba ukhona nje angaphakamisa isandla okanye aphakame simbone. Nansi ayi-champion. The only champion we have in the entire continent, the world champion, not just a champion, coming here from this land of Buffalo City. Our cricket franchise Sunrisers Eastern Cape has done it again, winning the Betway Trophy for a second successive year. Siyazinga ngani ke bantwana bomgquba kuba nizezona role models ninika ithemba kubo bonke abantwana beliphondo. Together with our partners, we will continue to roll out sports equipment and infrastructure to all our schools and all local clubs to nurture the talent for future sporting stars. The outstanding achievement of our sporting heroes and heroines inspire us to turn victories on the sporting fields. And we would want to turn those victories against poverty. We want to see the unemployment going down in our province. We want to confront the underdevelopment of our province so that all these sporting stars cannot leave our province and will remain in this province. Honorable Speaker, when we came into office in 2019, we were asked by the people of our province to do 7 things that would help us build the Eastern Cape we want. One of those tasks was to improve the performance of our education system. President Oliver Tambo told us, and I quote, that a nation that does not take care of its youth, that nation doesn't deserve its future, close quote. One major investment that any country can make for its youth is education. After all, President Nelson Mandela teaches us that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. 30 years ago, Honorable Speaker, our province faced so number of challenges in terms of education outcomes. Our matric pass rate was actually at about 57% in 1994. In response to this challenge, this problem, the successive administration have focused on improving our education outcomes by ensuring conducive learning and teaching environment in our schools. We sustained investment in the core education infrastructure by building schools, providing scholar transport, and school nutrition. Quality teacher training, development of technology, solution of the early delivery of learning and teaching material. As a testament to the success of these efforts, the matric pass rate in the Eastern Cape has been on a rapid increase since 2019. Enkosi Premier Maswale for laying that foundation. With partial decline in 2020 and 2021, we have registered a 4% increase in the pass rate year on year. Accordingly, we have reached the 80% mark for the first time since 1994 by achieving the 81.4% in the pass rate. Masibaqhwabele aba bantwana benze lo msebenzi omhle kangaka. Bendifuna ukuthi sonke masiphakame sibaqhwabele kodwa ngenxeni yexesha masele siqhuba sibheka phambili. Since 2019, we've built close to 100 schools, giving all of them a complete makeover that our communities are proud of. Alfred Nzo, Mayor, was Alfred Nzo, sakhe izikolo ezingamashumi amabini eziquka i-OR Tambo Technical School ne Ponseng Primary School. OR Tambo sakhe izikolo ezingamashumi amabini anesibini eziquka iDalindyebo Senior Secondary School neNkululeko Khalo Primary School. In Amatole District, we built 15 schools such as Quba Secondary School and Charlie High School. In Buffalo City, we built 3 schools including Sopatisana Secondary School and Cove Ridge Primary. In Christiani, we built 17 schools such as Bulelani Secondary School and Juanzana Primary. In Jogabi, we built 9 schools such as Dinizulu Senior Secondary School and Ngaza Primary. In Nelson Mandela, we built 8 schools, which include Noninzi Luzipo Primary and Nkululeko High School, Ebesio Ivula in Nkululeko, just a few weeks ago. Last but not least, in Sarabadman, we built 4 schools, which include Bongweni Public Farm School and Claxton Primary. Fellow citizens, if anyone tells you that government does not build schools, tell that person that is not true. The schools we are building come fully equipped, Honorable Speaker, with modern-day amenities such as safe ablution facilities, science and computer laboratories, libraries and canteens. We urge SGBs to allow community members such as Umama okanye Usisi Samela Matiso, who sells food outside Nkululeko High in Karieja, to utilize our schools. Bendiyovula esasikolo, xa ndifika esikolweni ndifika apha kukho ikantini yakhiwe apha. So ndiyabuza kutishara uba tishara le kantini sawufaka bani, sawuyenza njani? Kodwa hayi sifuna ufundraiser ngayo. Ndithi phaya egeyithini kukho laa mama ubethwa ngamaqhwa nyaka nonyaka othengisa iswiti nee-chips. When we improve an infrastructure like this, we are improving everybody. It's an economic activity. Allow laa mama angene azovula le tech shop, athengisele kule tech shop, urhulumente aze azomnceda amnike more equipment yokusebenza improve into another level of being an SMME. So sivene ke ngaloo nto. Kuninzi okuhle esizawukwenza ekwakheni izikolo. Ulwazi apha eMdantsane sayakhela isikolo sikanokutsho kuba sisikolo esigqibe i-10 years sisizisa 100% we-matric pass rate. Bendiphaya ke ngoku ndiyolontsha 100% bachelors. They are saying that they had enough of 100% pass rate. They want 100% bachelors. One thing good about this, honorable members, is that abantwana bebesuswa pha baziswe ko-Sterling, baziswe ko-Hudson Park, baseMdantsane, basiwa ngoku e-Ulwazi because u-Ulwazi performs exceptionally well. Ukwakha kwethu esasikolo ke we call it a rewarding education excellence. Sichilo mosibango awukwazi uba usuku bengumhloli kuba kuthiwa une 30 years uteacher. Uzaba ngumhloli ngo because you understand what we are trying to do, you perform and you are rewarding the excellence. We have been saying education is a societal matter, and it is indeed, Honorable Speaker, a societal matter. I would like to applaud all stakeholders who practically support our education and who support our schools. People and companies who donate computers, uniforms and other essentials to our schools. The 4 universities in our province, Rose, Nelson Mandela, Forte, Wusu, have been phenomenal in supporting this work. So we want them to continue doing that work. Keep up that good work, Vice Chancellors and your teams. The government has also widened access to higher education. Most of us in this house studied under very difficult conditions when our parents had to sell livestock, some vegetables and fruit to send us to universities. But we have made it a point that the youth who come behind us do not face similar challenges. Since 2019, the government awarded bursaries that benefited over 5,000 young people who are studying in the fields that are in line with our economic development priorities as a province. Our bursary program has produced pilots such as Usisipo, Nofemele, Nokwanele Gobo. These are commercial pilots. Our bursary program has produced physicians such as Dr. Teresa Bruma. Our bursaries has further produced actuaries such as Kabiso Nganywa. These are specialized areas of discipline or professions that our people were denied access to before 1994. So, ukuvula kwethu incango, as Freedom Charter told us, we have allowed these previously disadvantaged young people to seriously see the potential they have, also in contributing to the development of our province and the country. From this year, Honorable Speaker, onwards, I'm naming the Premier's Grade 12 Top Achievers Bursary Award, the Dr. Soyisile Nugu Scholarship. Dr. Nugu sincerely believes in the transformative power of education. Not just doing that, he has gone an extra mile to ensure that we improve as the 6th administration. We really appreciate that. This initiative has benefited over 6,000 students who could not graduate without settling their debts. As we continue with this, we are also adding more money, now working with our sitters, paying the debts or the historical debts of our kids in universities. It is part of our skills development program in the province. If a child is about to finish a degree, but a child cannot continue to finish a degree simply because he or she is owing the university, ours is to push that child across and make sure that that child struggles with at least with the qualification in his or her hands. So that's the kind of work that we are trying to do out there. So omnye wabantwana abaqhamleyo apha ngubhawuso Thiami wasePort Alfred othe kum ungumuntu wokuqala ufumana isidanga kusapho lwakhe. Ungutitshalakazi ngoku kwisikolo samabanga aphansi iMsobomvu Primary phaya eCook House. In this 6th administration, government also invested heavily in higher education infrastructure in our province, particularly in building TVET colleges, admin blocks in our universities, student accommodation, and lecture halls. Anihamba nidlula pha kobika nibona pha imali kaRhulumente, nguRhulumente we-African National Congress who is building that particular campus the way it is. Nobubheka eForter, nobubheka Nelson Mandela, nobubheka roads. We are improving that infrastructure, but also creating a bigger capacity for our universities, because baninzi abantwana abapasa grade 12 nge-bachelors who supposed to be going to universities. As we celebrate our progress, we also recognize the ongoing work we must still do, honorable members. Omnye wale misebenzi kukuphuhlisa ngakumbi inkqubo yokufundisa ngolwimi lenkobe. We will also heighten the rollout of digitized curriculum content. Let us continue to build the Eastern Cape that stands as a beacon of educational excellence. Fellow citizens, our philosophy of a better life for all is about building a human capabilities to attain a life standard that is both productive and long. Implied in this, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, is the need to promote access to healthcare and encouraging health lifestyles. In this regard, we have worked tirelessly to improve the health profile of our province. Life expectancy for women improved in our province from 56 years in 2001 to 67 years in 2021. Omama baphila longer than it was the case at that time. Men are also living 7 years longer than they were in 2001. Abanozijwanga babenukubani ke 2001. Ubale pha uba uzawuphila longer nge7 years. But ngumsebenzi esizama ukubonakalisa omhle esiwenzayo ukuimprove imeko zokuphila kwabantu bakuthi. We have seen a decline in the new HIV infections and increased access to ARVs. The plan going forward is to initiate newly diagnosed on antiretroviral treatment by 2025. Our analysis of the HIV and AIDS 95-95-95 strategy shows good progress. In the Eastern Cape, 93% of individuals who are living with HIV know their status. 79% are on treatment and 92% show viral load suppression. Siyasebenza apha. Yiyo lento impilo yabantu bakuthi ikwazi ubhekela pha. The access to postnatal care improved from 52% in 2019 to 82.7% in 2023. However, maternal mortality remains a concern, particularly in the hotspot zones like OR Tambo and the metros. This prompted the government to establish over 500 youth zones across the province to increase the sexual reproductive health services targeting young people. As a society, we must confront the teenage pregnancy and support young mothers better if we are to make significant inroads to mitigate maternal mortality. Actually, we should not be having young mothers. There's nothing called young mother. We should be avoiding young mothers. Let's play our part to ensure that we go an extra mile to avoid young mothers. We have seen kids, MEC Math will tell, abantwana at the age of 10, giving birth. It is so sad what we are seeing out there. We've got to redouble our effort here as parents, play our part. Thetha nabo manoba inzima kangakanani. Baxelele balento yenziwa kodwa inexesha layo. Kuba xa ungayithethi ungabaxeleli awuzukwazi ukunika ubulumko. Bazawunikwa ubulumko pha ngaphandle zezinye izinto ezicinga bazilumkile kanti azilumkanga ezizawumosha ilizwe. We renewed our focus on non-communicable diseases as mortality rates from cardiovascular diseases, cancer, diabetes, and chronic respiratory diseases. And those ones, we want to make sure that we focus on them and make it a point that we help our people. Prostate cancer accounts for 13% of male in South Africa. I want to appeal to men, particularly men above 45 years, to do prostate examination. We are going to run a massive campaign to promote this initiative because currently it is taken for granted. A functional healthcare system requires a reliable core infrastructure. This is why our investment in health went to building new healthcare facilities and improving existing health infrastructure, mostly in township and our rural communities. The proof of our work in 30 years of democracy is there and everyone can see. We built new Cecilia Mabuyane, the 1.2 billion. This government did that here in Buffalo City. Saka is paid to get 600 million. Payenda Bangun, Alfred Nzo. Abantu basematatiele, bayayazi basinayo pha ikhuzong TB hospital nayo esiyakhe nge600 million esematatiele. Abahlali basembongweni embizana ilali eyasiphathela umama uWinnie Madikizela Mandela nabo phaya sibakhele imeje community health center imeja sodolo sifikile napha isiphaqeni sakha iFlagstaff community health care xa sisithi sinenkqubela phambili ekwakheni iMpuma Kapa esifunayo sithetha ngalomsebenzi onjengalona esiuchazayo namhlanje silapha sizothetha esikwaziyo khona ukuze ningqine enikubonileyo. The healthcare workers are essential role players in preserving life and fighting the burden of diseases. We succeeded in establishing the second medical school in our province in Nelson Mandela. I'm happy that everyone was persuaded around this because with this concept when it started, people felt like we're trying to demobilize the Walter Sisulu Medical School. Walter Sisulu Medical School takes not more than 200 kids per year. And you have got more than 1,000 young people now who can do medicine in our province. So it's an investment to do another medical school here in our province. Hence we did that medical school in Nelson Mandela University. Yenziwe ngulo rhulumente we-African National Congress kule term. While we take pride in our successes, we remain mindful of the challenges of our health system. Since 2019, we've delivered 312 ambulances to our healthcare facilities to improve response times to emergencies. More ambulances will be delivered also this year. Yandikhathaza ke into kokuba abantu de bafowunele uPremier because phaya u-EMS akaphenduli on time. Inkulu ke lo challenge leyo sibe ezi ambulances sizithenga. But also, Honorable MEC, how to service these cars is going to be important. The turnaround time, MEC transport, you must actually work closely on that so that we don't see cars parked here waiting to be serviced up kwezi dealership sinazo up. Our cars, especially cars like ambulances, must actually come in and go out to go and serve our people. We are seeing a positive result in establishing specialized litigation unit to challenge medical legal claims. This has been our albatross, honorable members. There's been a significant reduction in the number of medical legal claims from 600 in 2019 to 200 in 2023. This is huge. We have also seen a decrease in the medical litigation costs from a range of 2 billion to 450 million in 2022. We're implementing preventative measures such as in-house cerebral palsy treatment, digitization of records, e-health services, and capacitation of health practitioners to sustain the reduction of medical legal claims. Honorable members, traditional male circumcision is a societal matter that upholds culture and custom. But it is now a health matter because we are losing lives. Ndiyafuna inkosi zakuthi ukuzinqandela apha Madebo. Inkosi zakuthi qho xa kuthethwa ngalo mcimbi kuthiwa ziinkosi ngumcimbi wenkosi. Ulwaluko lwabantwana is a family responsibility. Inkosi are just keeping that. Let's take full responsibility as parents when we take our kids for this process. Oku kusoleka kwabantwana kuyenzeka despite the concentrated risk responsive intervention made by the 6th administration, such as age and health assessment, parental support, screening of traditional surgeons, quality assurance of initiation schools, and safety. Government will continue to support community by mobilizing all social partners to take responsibility for this important rite of passage for boys to manhood. Wrongdoers from families and practitioners will never be spared when they mismanage this practice. Our journey towards a healthier Eastern Cape is going on, and it requires continuous dedication and collaboration. And we must continue with our collective resolve to ensure that this must not wither. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, a central tenet of our liberation struggle was to give human dignity to our people, including the pursuit of decent living. This includes promoting access to formal housing for all our households. In this regard, honorable members and our esteemed guests, we worked tirelessly over the past 30 years to provide houses and housing subsidies to a large number of our people. As a result, Eastern Cape households who reside in the formal dwellings significantly increased from 48% in 1996 to 83.6% in 2022. We upgraded 115 informal settlements benefiting 57,000 households in the past 5 years. A good example of our work on upgrading informal settlement is the Dakawa informal settlement up in Tanzania. Ndiyayazi abantu base Marikana ngapha eSomerset balindile ukulungiselelwa i-informal settlement yabo. So siyaqhubeka phana la program. We've adopted a kind of energized with a lot of agility to respond to such kind of issues. We also built 24,000 houses in the past 5 years. As a result, families in urban and rural areas now have proper shelter over their heads. I was in Katbek late last year to hand over keys to brand new houses brand new houses we built for 180 families who were displaced from a farm. The tears of joy shared by old people in that community were very, very much touching. Honorable Speaker, crime is disturbing the peace in our communities. If you are a government official who asks for kickbacks from service providers, you are committing a crime, and that is corruption. xa umntana wakho efika nomlenze wenkomo ebiweyo niwufake embizeni nenza ulwaphulo mthetho. Xa uphakamisa isandla kwiqabane lakho wenza ulwaphulo mthetho. Ndiyabacebisa ke bonke abenzi bezi zinto baziyeke kuba liyatsha ibhayi kubaphula mthetho. Over the past 5 years, 16,000 people were arrested for sexual offenses. More than 12,400 of those people were convicted. We are doubling our effort to defeat the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide-related crimes. Similarly, we are not taking lightly the violence and discrimination against the LGBTQIA+ community. Nabo ngabantu banamalungelo mabangahlukunyezwa. Amasela emfuyo angonwabisanga abantu kwiilali zethu nawo siyawabamba. More than 2,000 people were arrested for stock theft and 700 were convicted in the past 5 years. To combat the scourge of stock theft, we will be rolling out the livestock identification traceability system in villages and farms that are prone to stock theft. I-economy yabantu bakuthi lesiyacela aba bantu bahlukumeza abantu bakuthi ngokuthatha amathango bayiyeke ke lonto. We have seen the surge in crime such as cable theft, tampering with water systems, hijacking of trucks, and interruption of construction projects. We have asked the national government, particularly the president, to consider reinforcing the police to protect our major construction site. As you see that our province is a construction site, we don't want any delay in those infrastructure projects. Mbalele umongameli sacela bayi president sicela nje amajoni afike nje ahlale apha eca kwezi sites these projects because asizukwazi umelana nabantu akuthiwa zi-construction mafias abafika disturb and destabilize our communities on the work that we are doing. So lo mcimbi we-crime and corruption, we're confronting that and we are prepared to deal with that. And we are not going to allow any intimidation of that. We have also done the DNA laboratory in Gqeberha, where we are also in that forensic laboratory doing the ballistic tests for all these guns that are being used. Sinengxaki ke yemipu ngoku emininzi phanze bonke abantu bathanda banemipu. I-problem ye-crime yase Kapa nase-Gauteng siyifilisha apha e-Eastern Cape because we are this guinea pig. Abantu benza i-crime ngapha babaleke bezapha naseThekwini ngokunjalo uninzi lwabo ayingoba seThekwini ngaba lapha e-Eastern Cape naba baseKapa uninzi lwabo ayingoba se-Western Cape ngaba lapha e-Eastern Cape, but they commit all these crimes and create this network around. But thanks very much, Provincial Commissioner, for the work that you are doing with your team in actually confronting this. And the work that you are doing is quite commendable thus far. And we will be right behind Nina, but also lead you to ensure that this thing, a crime, is stopped in our province and in our communities. Honorable Speaker, whilst the level of malnutrition remain high, there has been a drop in the fatality rate due to severe acute malnutrition from 11.8% in 2017 to 7% in 2022. However, we have noted concerns raised by the South African Human Rights Commission in their recent report on child malnutrition and right to food. As an intervention, we are investing 60 million to support 30,000 vulnerable households in anti-poverty sites. Kodwa ke masitsho ukuba ukusuka ngo-1994 urhulumente oko ethe gqolo ngenkqubo zokususa ikati eleleziko. Enye yezo nkqubo zezi child support grant sizibonayo kuba more than 2 million yabantwana bayaxhamla apha eprovinsini kule child support grant. So siyaqhubeka nokunika abantu abadala noMinister nimvile izolo ba ude wabayenzela uchatha ngokuna nge100 abantu abadala khona ukuze siqhubeke sisidudula le poverty from the communities and our household. We have also supplied more than 100,000 families with food production inputs to build household capacity to produce food. Sinegadi, sinemihlaba, noko indlala zange sive ibabazwa apha ekwindla. Kuba ekwindla sube sifumana ukutya okufresh, umbona, amabolose, imithwane, njalo njalo. Ukutya okusuka apha kwezigadi sizilimayo. Ukutya okusempilweni. So siyafuna abantu bakuthi sibuyele kulo meko enjalo yokokuba noko sisebenze ngokubambisana. Honorable Speaker, growing the economy of the province is another important task we are given by our people. Before 1994, our provincial economy was characterized by exclusion and discrimination, including the special trait of being a labor-sending province. Our economy is still not growing at the rate we want it to grow, also to create enough jobs. As a result, honorable members, many people of working age remain unemployed in our province. Poverty remains a lived experience of many families despite the government's expanded social relief interventions. Our economic situation has not been helped by challenges of energy and supply. The COVID-19 pandemic, the natural disaster, and geopolitical conflicts we had to contend with in the past 5 years. So these are challenges, colleagues, that in the process of us trying to work a situation out and recover from COVID-19 we had to confront. However, there is a silver lining, Honorable Speaker, in our provincial economy. In the past 3 years, the Eastern Cape economy recovered to pre-COVID-19 pandemic growth levels. Our GDP was 362 billion in 2019. It took a knock in 2020-2021 due to COVID-19, but recovered to 365 billion in 2022. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, we established a jobs fund to protect jobs threatened by the subdued economic climate. We protected 6,000 jobs by supporting 202 companies that were on the brink of retrenching workers. The unemployment rate in the Eastern Cape has been on a consistent decline from 45.8% in the third quarter of 2020 to 38.8% in the third quarter of 2023. Together with our private sector partners, we created 246,000 permanent jobs for our people in the same period. In addition, government created more than 400,000 work opportunities through the expanded public works programs. Having said that, we note the concern the job losses reported by Stats SA 2 days ago for the last quarter of 2023. This is a setback, but we remain resolute in implementing our economic recovery plan to reduce unemployment. We have said so, it's not a fluke, it wasn't a fluke, it's a response to our plan to ensure that we confront these challenges of underdevelopment, unemployment, and high levels of poverty in our province. Somlomo, ngumnqweno wethu ukuba wonke umuntu ofuna umsebenzi awufumane. Ngumnqweno wethu into okokuba sinqande i-brain drain. Abantu xa bemka ingakumbi bengabantu abatsha with qualifications besiya kumanye amaphondo, isishiya loo nto silambatha ngakumbi ukuqinisekisa uba siyakwazi ukukhulisa ezoqoqosho. Yiyo le nto sikwiphulo lokufuna abatyalizimali bazotyala imali in our province. The investors we have attracted injected a combined 173 billion into our provincial economy to open new business operations and expansions of existing operations. This means business will continue to hire more people and invest more money into our economy. In short, this is a sign of better tomorrow. Traditionally, Honorable Speaker, the strength of our provincial economy lies in the manufacturing sector. The manufacturing sector created 16,900 jobs for our people. Most of those jobs were created by the automotive industry. We're grateful to all the captains of the auto sector who are with us today for making business decisions that favor our province. In the past 5 years, our original equipment manufacturers, Mercedes-Benz South Africa, Volkswagen Group Africa, Isuzu, Ford and Ford collectively invested over 22 billion for plant expansions to continue producing high-end quality vehicles that are mostly built for the export market. We have now added the Stellantis Group to our OEMs family. The Stellantis Group is injecting a massive 3 billion into the Eastern Cape economy. The impact of that investment will be felt by 1,500 new employees who will be hired to produce cars in the new factory that will be built in Gqeberha this year. This is one of the reasons we say we are making seamless progress in building the Eastern Cape we want. We are extremely excited, Honorable Speaker, about the future of the auto industry in our province. VW has just announced that they will be bringing 3 new models to South Africa. Mercedes-Benz recently announced 100 million investment for the second phase of solar panels to deal with the impact of load shedding in their East London plant. So we're quite happy with that investment. Government is pushing this other side to ensure that we are able to meet them halfway. On that note, Honorable Speaker, let me acknowledge the CEO of Isuzu, Ustatu, Mr. Billy Tom, for being appointed as the first black president of Isuzu South Africa, and also for being appointed or elected as the president of NAMSA since its formation in 1935. So the transformation is taking place pa walapha emnyameni Alexandria andazi basithathu undawoni apha kodwa ndicinga bukhona sithathu abaphakathi kwethu namhlanje. Enkosi sithathu siyazingca ke ngala progress because thina siyi province singqeyame kakhulu apha kule auto sector. Nditshilo kuba ngunyana weliphondo. We really greatly welcome all these developments as they cement the commitment of the auto industry in our province. Let me bring to the attention of the House that this year the auto industry is celebrating 100 years of existence in South Africa. Ford was the first company to produce cars in Africa when they opened an assembly plant in 1924 in Gqeberha. 100 years later, our province is home to MBSA, that is Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, Isuzu, Ford, FAW, and more than 118 component suppliers. And that impact, the impact of these OEMs and component suppliers is that they provide jobs to 60,000 people in our province and produce 56% of cars that South Africa exports into the international markets. There is no province that manufactures cars more than we do. That's why in the Funu Ford, I think Siselandro, Yasehaudi, Ford, we want them to continue with that standard plant not only for engines, but they must really consider looking at that as no one senza nje imoto abasifakena sikene inqana wenziyamba singabe sixakeka ngokuba zenziwe kwenye indawo mazize ngaselwandle. In our last SOPA, we committed to assist 300 panel beaters and mechanics over the next 3 years to access markets from the government fleet and the insurance industry. We are happy to report that we have identified 73 panel beaters thus far from across all districts. We will, in the new financial year, avail funding to buy the identified panel beaters equipment such as hoisters and diagnostic tools so that they can be integrated into the automotive industry value chain. So that's work that we are doing as part of our township and rural economy. The impact of this progressive program will be a creation of jobs for mechanics and helping our young people and improve the township economy, as we said. But for them to grow and be self-sustainable businesses, we must support them by taking our cars to them for repairs. Siyayazi banifuna ukuthetha into ezininzi ngabo, siyabalungisa ngoku. Ningenza baningaphinde nithi ngomanye indawo niyazi ba ngabalungisi bemoto aba yi-economy. We also committed, Honourable Speaker, to install 13 electric vehicle charging stations. Phaya eKomani, nasemakhanda, nasemthatha, nasekhowa, nasemaletswayi, nalapha e-East London, eQonce, nase-Willowmere, nase-Stones River, naphaya eCookhouse. The vehicle charging station will be online by May of this year, 2024. And this will ensure that the motorists who drive EVs will be able to charge their vehicles in our province. The Minister said, Wakwa Finance, what as a province, we are ahead of the curve because we prepared ourselves and we knew that this is inevitable. So as moto nihamba ngazo, ndiyibonile enye bendiyiphathelwe phaa eBhayi, ndiyoyiboniswa, sele zikhona ezi zingazofuna kugalelwa amafutha, ufike uyiplage nje ungene kuyiqhabala ke nawe ikuse kwanhliziyo ndise. Honourable members, after the dawn of democracy in 1994, the ANC-led government adopted progressive policies that favored reindustrialization to stimulate economic growth. As a result, we established KUHA in 1999 and East London IDZ in 2004. Both SEZ host a combined 83 businesses employing 40,000 people. That is seamless progress in building the Eastern Cape we want. Besithe sizone reportela basenze ntoni sihambe sazomaphi uzothi gango kule 30 years. We appreciate the growth that these two SEZ have achieved. The last 5 years have seen significant growth with East London IDZ signing 24 investors with an investment value of 5.7 billion. Bushveld Electrolyte is operational and Tezilanga is getting ready to turn the sword in Dabozugo, Paya Berlin for 50 megawatts photovoltaic solar plant. Most exciting has been the growth in export-oriented manufacturing in East London IDZ, which exported over 3 billion worth of products in the period of 12 months. Through KUHA, we are making progress in operationalizing 57 signed investments that are crucial for job creation. We will soon break the ground for the construction of new factory for the Stellantis group that I've spoken about. And we are going to make sure that projects to look forward in the KUHA SEZ include tire energy extraction project and the planned data center. We are transforming the Eastern Cape, or the eastern side of our province, with both the Wild Coast SEZ and the Eastern Seaport developments gaining momentum and traction. The Eastern Cape Seaport will ensure that the processing of products at the Wild Coast SEZ and the establishment of that smart city we've been speaking about in Port St. John's. Sifuna smart city pa, noba sise Port St. John's, noba sise Coffee Bay, but pa Wild Coast, there must be a smart city that we are working with in the context of this Eastern Seaboard that is championed by the Minister of COGTA. So we've got to work together on that one and make sure that we tame that Wild Coast with the kind of work that we are doing in that part. The IAS by the Wild Coast is that has got more than 2 billion off-take agreements. Companies that are ready to come in and in ensuring that that industrial park will be able to take off as a matter of agents. So we are finalizing its status to ensure that we've got a board, we've got CEO, then it runs to ensure that it drives development in the eastern part of our province. Manufacturing, honorable members, is happening in 5 industrial parks, which are in Dimbaza, Fort Jackson, Vulindlela, Butterworth, and Komani. Since 2019, we've invested 495 million for infrastructure upgrades in these parks to make them more attractive to investors. Our long-term plan is to turn Dimbaza Industrial Park into a multi-user complex with an element of shopping, zones, and incubators. In Fort Jackson, we are supporting a tenant looking to expand operations with a new state-of-the-art facility, which will lead to an additional 600 jobs. In Butterworth, we are focusing on the aftermarket automotive initiative. Honorable Speaker, as I earlier indicated, the strength of the provincial economy rests in the manufacturing sector. This does not discount the potential of other sectors as growth fronts for the future. We identified agriculture as a potential growth sector, and we've been proven right. The first good news we wish to share about the agriculture sector is that it created 38,600 jobs in the past 4 years. It has been our goal, Honorable Speaker, to create a new cohort of black commercial farmers, but we face the challenge of lack of productive land in our province. And I've been schooled recently as well at Doni. For us to produce more yellow maize, for us to have more production of red meat in our province. But that work is a work that we are also looking at it quite closely, because agriculture is key for us in the province. Since the dawn of democracy, we have been working hard to reverse this trajectory, because land is the primary factor of production. Ukubuyiswa komhlaba ubuyiselwa abantwini bakuthi yinto esiqhubeka nokuyenza umhla nezolo. As a result, since 1994, we have distributed a total of 561,000 hectares of land to our people. Ifuthe lalo nkqubo kukuba ngenxa yalo rhulumente iifama ezingamakhulu asibhozo anamashumi amahlanu anesine zisezandleni zamafama amnyama kwizithili zonke. This distribution of these farms covers the demographics of province fairly, with youth, women, and farm workers as the main beneficiaries. Indeed, we are sharing the land among those who work it, as the Freedom Charter directed us to do. Siyakhuthazeka somlomo xa sibona umsebenzi omhle nokuzimisela kwamafama afana nomama uVuyokazi Tenza eMatatiyela, ongumfama ophume izandla wegusha nenkomo zenyama. Umama uTenza mama uTenza siyazingca ngegalelo lakho kuphuhliso lwezoqoqosho lweliphondo. To ensure the security of tenure, Minister Thoko Didiza has already commenced consultation to transfer title deeds to deserving land reform beneficiaries. This will enable them to use their assets to leverage investments to make their farms productive. Honorable Speaker, we do not allocate farms to our people and fold arms afterwards. We support farmers, and I would want to see that work continuing, led by our Department of Agriculture and Agrarian Reform. In the past 5 years, the government completed a total of 905 agricultural infrastructure projects, which include fencing of productive land, stock water systems, dipping tanks, stock handling facilities, and shedding shares. These projects supported 33,700 smallholder farmers and created 4,900 more jobs. We've gone big on providing farmers with animals to improve the quality of livestock. More than 1,400 livestock, which includes cows, sheep, and goats, were delivered to our communities, benefiting 163 livestock enterprises. This year, we plan to distribute about 800 various breeds of livestock to farms owned by youth, women, and persons with disabilities. Each bull, heifer, sheep, and goat will give a farmer or farmers, we give to farmers represent a building block towards a more prosperous and a sustainable agricultural sector in our province. Our agricultural sector has shown resilience, honorable members, and was the only sector that grew during the COVID-19 period. The commercial provincial agricultural income has grown significantly in the last 15 years, with the highest growth recorded between 2007 and 2017, where the income grew from 5.6 billion to 27 billion. That is huge. Because of our investment in building sharing sheds in communal areas, wool production in areas such as Idutwa doubled from 2 million tons in 2004 to 5.5 million tons in 2021. In monetary terms, this means income increased from 18 million to more than 250 million in the same period. Our support for citrus farmers has led to an increase in the total value of citrus exported from the province from 4.1 billion in 2021 to 4.7 billion in 2022. Our investment in feedlots, honorable members, has yielded an increase of 4.5 million tons of meat exports from the province to Africa and Asia, which has resulted in the income of 317 million. Maize production in the Eastern Cape has more than doubled over the last 5 years, from 93,000 tons in 2018 to more than 198,600 tons in 2022. Oku kuyasinqumisa kakhulu kuba bubutyebi kumafama nengeniso encomekayo kuqoqosho lweliphondo. This is a clear indication that implementation of our agricultural transformation strategy is gaining momentum. In the past 5 years, Honorable Speaker, we have ventured robustly into economic diplomacy. As a result, we solidify our existence twinning agreement with partner countries, but also formed a new partnership with countries such as Tunisia, Egypt, UAE, to attract new investors and unlock export markets for all our sectors. We are forging ahead with ensuring that our province takes up opportunities provided through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to advance the competitiveness of the province and to expand access to African markets. We welcome and celebrate the reappointment of the son of this province, His Excellency Mr. Wamkele Mene, as the Secretary General of AFCTA again. We really appreciate that. He has been doing a very good job, and I know I owe him a visit. He has been knocking to say, come on board, let's integrate your province into the African market. That's the work that we are able to do as soon as we come back after election. And unika abantu abasafuna udlala upuca ngexesha lokokuba ubomi babantu busesichengeni. Sihambe indlela ende kakhulu somlomo kwicandelo lozokhenketho. The ANC-led government changed all that in 1994 by opening the tourism products for the enjoyment of all citizens. That is the kind of Eastern Cape we want, a non-racial Eastern Cape. Like other sectors of our economy, our tourism and hospitality sector was hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic because people could not travel. That affected tourism establishment and their employees immensely. The government stepped up to the plate by offering relief packages which benefited 484 tourism businesses. The good news now is that we are bringing much more improvement in the hospitality sector, and we have seen a lot of growth, significant growth that we have seen from our people who are in the business. In 2019, we had 2.1 million domestic trips undertaken into the province, and this grew to 5.8 million in 2022. The impact of these domestic tourist numbers has translated into substantial GDP contribution that exceeded 8 billion. We appreciate South Africans who take short left trips in our province. The Eastern Cape is yours to explore. Many balapha baze apha namhlanje kule sopa from other provinces. That on its own contributes to the tourism. Our hospitality industry here surely is smiling with this kind of an event that we are actually hosting today. We also recognize the role of modern infrastructure in attracting tourism to our province. Working with the private sector, we invested in various infrastructure projects, such as chalets, in viewing decks and enhanced attractiveness of our province. A hotel has been built by a private partner in Mkambati, and they are recruiting staff as we speak. Ndiyafuna la hotel ke iqhubeke kuthiwa yi-5-star hotel. If ibigrade ngubani nini andikayazi kodwa yi-5-star hotel ipha emampondweni ntandokazi eMkambati. It is also worth mentioning that we have seen tremendous transformation in the tourism sector. Ms. Nolufefe Nozozo, who owns Pondo Adventures in Port St. John's, is a good story of tourism transformation. We must highlight, though, that we are not doing as well as we should in attracting international tourists to our province. Going forward, Honorable Speaker, we will ensure that King David Stirman Airport lives up to its international airport status. Domestic flights to the province will increase due to the partnership of Airlink and Emirates Airlines. Namgonda Emirates. And Funuteta ngai. Cheers. Kodwa niyazazi ibhalon zakhe zike zahlala chairman apha ebulembu wonke umuntu wama ngenyama zizawubuya ke chairman ukuzosincedisa sikhulise lo mnotho. The retail and trade sector is growing in leaps and bounds in our province. In the past years, the sector has created 31,000 jobs. Our goal is to forge deeper partnerships with supermarkets groups in retail to continue building warehouses and distribution centers across the province. We want to see rural development here. Amaxhegwazana uba urhulumente ufaka about 33 billion in the economy of this province for lo mcimbi we-grant ngonyaka. Sifuna sibabone ospa bephuma kweza dolophana besiya pha ezilalini bebeka pha o-quick spa. Ubu quick spa uyenziwa apha ngaselokishini makenziwe u-quick spa nakwenye indawo so that abantu abadala bangabi nenxamleko yobheka edolophini bayofuna iigranti zabo bafumane ii-ATMs and others there. So that's the drive, Honorable MEC Mvoko, you must champion to see to it that lo msebenzi uyenziwe. We are improving the facelift of our towns through the small town revitalization program, which Honorable Premier Maswale, you started here in the province. It is gaining momentum, it's growing leaps and bounds. We have seen a lot of difference into that space. We have seen SIFA coming on board and helping a lot of our enterprises around Fort Jackson, Bika, Ndabakazi, Steak Spread, Kredok, Magagi, Elibode, naseLusikisiki. Yonke lo program yenzelwa ukuguqula ubomi babantu bakuthi bube ngcono. Niyazibona mos as the filling stations that are mushrooming everywhere you go. Namhlanje eBika unedolophanyana eyakhiwayo from nowhere, which we have never even thought about at some point. The creative sector is a sector that is emerging in our province, and this is a very important sector for us. Our province is slowly proving itself as a destination of film industry. Since 2018, we invested 39 million in 25 film projects. The impact of our investment is that the film projects have attracted an investment revenue of 499 million. Sifaka thina 39 million. Yona idale 499 million. Dala amathuba omsebenzi kubantu abatsha, more than 8,400 people found jobs in those films. Mostly youth and benefiting small businesses of about 690 as well. Xa kushotwa la film phaya ininzi into eyenziwayo asiyo nto nje elula. Namhlanje wonke umuntu akafuna uphosa. Imbiza ziyatsha ngokuqeberha. Wonke umuntu ufuna uyobona. Your Nakli City, which was done here in Mdantsane, was also supported by our government. Your Queenstown Kings and Wild is the Wind, and many and other projects that are happening there. While we celebrate progress achieved in the film industry, we want to acknowledge local musicians and other artists who continue to fly the flag of Eastern Cape nationally and internationally. Honorable Speaker, we are strong believers in the small businesses as a vehicle to grow our economy and create jobs. Before 1994, there was no financial support, no policies to affirm black-owned businesses. The ANC-led government changed all that in 1994 and created an enabling policies to transform the economy. As we speak, the provincial procurement spend on Eastern Cape-based service providers is at 54.4%. We're improving the time we take to pay businesses because they are our partners for development. Power health, education is coming all right. All other departments are able to pay our SMMEs within 30 days. So it's important that those two departments also jack up their socks and ensure that our SMMEs are also flourishing and are thriving through the support of government. In the past 5 years, the government through ECTC provided business loans to over 500 small enterprises. We augmented these loans with financial incentive which benefited enterprises and cooperatives. We are honored, Honorable Speaker, to be joined in this House today by Mr. Thabo Somlotha and Mr. Mzimas Jalisa, who represent Farm Produce Cooperative and JJ Primar Cooperative, respectively. They are part of cooperatives that benefited from the government financial incentives that have created a combined 1,500 job opportunities in their communities. Siyaqhuba. Fellow citizens, the efforts we are making to grow our economy are meant to benefit all our people, particularly the young people. When we started this term, we were not happy with the investment footprint of sector education and training authorities in our province. That is SETAs. That has all changed, Honorable Speaker, because 13 SETAs have trained more than 29,000 young people through various skills programs in the past 3 years. and londo isiyasincedisa kakhulu ukunika abantu abatsha amathuba okufumana imisebenzi. Young people have been equipped with skills of the future in the automotive assembly, renewable energy, digital forensics, and cloud computing. In the coming month of April, we will be launching the Mesita Mega Skills Project, which will benefit more than 10,000 young people in our province. In collaboration with various partners, we also trained more than 8,000 young people in skills such as animal and vegetable production, cell phone repairs, beautification, and early childhood development. The disability sector should be happy to hear that the 8,000 young people trained, 700 are youth with disabilities. The number is set to increase as we implement further partnership with the disability sector to train young people in artisan skills. Speaker and honorable members, government has made and will continue making intervention to curb youth unemployment. The Presidential Youth Employment Initiative alone created 172,000 jobs in our province for youth, for young people who worked as education assistants and residing and reading champions in our schools. The young people of our province are big dreamers with brilliant business ideas. We need to unleash their potential to be the best they can do. That is why we are supporting 2,700 young entrepreneurs to realize their dreams in the 6th administration. Let me acknowledge that the processing of your application for Isikalo Youth Fund has been very slow. The transition between the other department to another one created a lot of technical glitches, but that is now been fixed, DG. The latest development is that communication is now being sent to all successful applicants, and ultimately all those who applied will be provided with feedback. Noba ufumenanga uzawuchazela uba ufumenanga sithini isizathu. Uzawufumana ke ngokwenye i-10 elandelayo. We don't stop funding youth-owned enterprises. We also provide opportunities for young people to trade with government. As a result, in the past 5 years, government spent 2.8 billion on Eastern Cape-based youth-owned businesses. There are a number of sectors that are out of reach for our youth. Many young people are taking the agricultural sector by storm. As we speak, 13,000 youth-led enterprises, including cooperatives with the agricultural sector, received government support. Ndithetha ngabantu abatsha abafana noDintle Maphala wase Makalakeng village, Estate. I'm challenging you, young people in other rural communities, to organize yourselves into cooperatives so that government can come and nudge you and work with you. UDintle lo bendiye ngenyawo zami pha ngo-2019. I visited Dintle in that today Dintle is exporting. Dintle has been supported by all. So ungumzekelo ophilayo, Chief Whip. Uyamazi uDintle pa Sodolophu. Yeah, pa between Jamestown neMaleswane. Honorable Speaker, we have now learned that to realize the goal of growing our economy, we need to pay special attention to our economic enablers, which are government-mandated activities. It is for this reason that we are aiming to significantly increase our investment in the industrial infrastructure. This infrastructure combines road networks, rail, ports, energy, water systems, telecommunication, and innovation capacities. The construction sector, Honorable Speaker, has created 15,600 jobs in our province in the past 4 years. Whichever direction you enter the province, you can see that the province is hard at work in improving our provincial and the national road network. We have given Sandra a number of our roads to make sure that we speed up the process. We are working with National Treasury and other entities to look at the possibilities of the front loading or the pledging so that we can get all this kind of support that we need to be able to do roads that we should be able to do. We need more money to deal with our roads. As you know that indlela zethu uninzi lwazo zindlela ezisi-gravel roads. Kodwa ndiyafuna unixelela into yokokuba phaa eMsikaba, ibrocho eyenziwa phaa eMsikaba is now at 60% completion. And is going to change the outlook of that area. Umsikaba ke use OR Tambo, kanti umthendu Alfred Nzo, those two mega bridges there. Umthendu has just started in December 2023, but we are targeting 2027 to complete that road. These two mega projects have special meaning to us because they are located in the two most impoverished, underdeveloped districts in our country as well as in our province. Their construction is already changing the lives of our people in Alfredo and OR Tambo in unimaginable ways. In addition, 7 roads projects that lead to the 2 mega bridge will be upgraded from gravel to tarred services in villages across Emampondweni. Ezandlela zingena pha nobuthetha nobheke emkhambathi ngoku laa ndlela izawufakelwa ibe yitha esuka pha nezingene ezilalini amampondo azawuhamba etheni ningakhalazi bathembu siyeza sizaqale phaa emampondweni sizawuhlanga entla siye kunyuka ngezantsi sizawuhlanga entla sizofika nakuni siguqule ubomi babantu bakuthi bube ngcono. Niyabona indlela ezenziwayo ububheka phaya emnquma ikho into enzima kakhulu phaka up and under esiyibethayo ye-interchange. Omatiwane bazawulahleka pha, Honorable Matiwane. Noba uhamba ngale ndlela ihla apha uphuma apha eMonti ubheka ngase Port Alfred, there's another interchange that we are doing as we speak to allow abantu base-Kids beach bangasokoli xa kufuneka bephume kwe-highway. Niyayibona ke into eyenziwa ngapha ngase eBreybach, andifuna uyichazelwa ndim. Niyazibonela nani xa sibheka ngapha siphuma eQonce sisiya ngasengqushwa siqhekeza intaba ngapha kwasengqushwa xa ubheka emakhanda. Kanti noba uyagqitha ngapha eNaskeni kwabhaca ubheka emaXesibeni sivula indlela phaa la N2 zininzi ezindlela ndingazibala kutshonilanga noba usuka ngapha eAlvan uhamba ngendlela kanokutsho ngoku uzowuqabela eBarkley usuke eLiot ubheke ngapha enqanqarho uhamba kwindlela esemgangathweni noba usuka kwelinye icala lika-Friendly N6 uza ngeDordrecht indwe indlela ziyenziwe sawukuvula ngoku u-R61 simconnecta ngapha ngakumabele entombi kunqwarho sihle naye siyobeka ngaphaya ngaseCochran. Ndibiza ke indawo zalapha kubantu ngowalapha ndizihambe zonke ezi ndawo nethem iyaphela kushiyeka inyanga ezine. Before 1994, there were limited rural roads, but post-1994, we have access roads even in the most remote areas. Zezindlela zonakaleyo ke ngoku, zonakaliswa zizikhukula. Zazingekho indlela before 1994. Kuleya yami ilali, Professor Mayethula, indlela yayi gravel road esuka eNgcobo ebheke eDutywa ihamba phaa 7 kilometers away. Awuyela indlela i-gravel road. Namhlanje kukho indlela ezithungelanayo ezingenayo zonakele ke ngoku ezindlela. Yiyo lento befundisi bam xa nishumele ngethemba hlathi pha okokuba ezindlela siyaziqwalasela. Sithenge iplant sawuncedisa omasipala ifikile iplant yokuqala ka-MEC Nqatha ezawuncedisa phaa kwamasipala sijongane nemeko yendlela khona ukuze abantu abadala bafumane ii-ambulances zingena ziyobathatha ezindlini zabo. Indlela siyenzela loo nto, indlela siyenzela i-economy. Xa sivula ezindlela sizifakela itha noba indlela yasehluleka noba indlela yasedwesacwebhe kugatyane noba indlela yasesiphethu noba indlela yasemlamli esokolise kakhulu kodwa umcimbi wayo uyalungiswa. Sifuna zilandelwe zii-economic activities ezo ndlela sakuba sizenzile. So ngumsebenzi esiwenzayo lo siwenza kuzo zonke ezi district noba usuka eCraydog ubheke Hofmeyer senza indlela pha noba usuka eBhisho ubheka eQumrha 1 billion senza indlela nangapha ematatiyela ubheke Cedarville 1 billion silungisa landlela nobusuka ngapha eMotherwell ubheke Caregood 1 billion silungisa landlela siyayivula khona ukuze abasomashishini bapha befruit bakwazi ukuweza izinto zabo lula ubheka pha kumazibuko izibuko laseKuga nezibuko laseGqeberha khona ukuze izinto zabo ziphumele ngaphandle ndibonakalisa nje kumsebenzi omkhulu osiwenzayo silungisa ke nendlela le ihamba itrain sesinayo itrain ezapha ezisemanganisi apha i-goods train seyigalele kabini apha yakhuphela kwinqanawe ezilapha e-East London into engazange yabakho kuba siconnecte indlela ngapha eBlaine yeze Beaufort yazojika kwelicala kuba siconnecta i-East London kwiGqeberha ngoku sisebenza nominister uPravin Gordhan nominister zonke oIbrahim Patel siulungisa lendlela isuka eGauteng enkulu izapha eEastern Cape bekuthiwa mandithi Eastern Cape kodwa la ndlela ibheka ngapha eGqeberha khona ukuze uFord ezamoto azenza eSilverton eTshwane zihle ziqukuqele ziyofumana izibuko laseNgqurha zihambe ziwele senze amathuba emisebenzi senze imali zimeko ke zezoqoqosho ezi ndifune ugqila kule nto yezoqoqosho speaker because ibalulekile lento yezoqoqosho abantu bakuthi baye understand uba ukuze sibheke phambili funeka silungele yonke le meko umcimbi wamanzi kudala sathetha ngomzimvubu Nkosi uMdisho uqalile pha umzimvubu uqalile umzimvubu sawuqala pha eNtabelanga by April this year siyalilungisela dama lase Ludeke belinethanda amanzi ayaphuma eLudeke ngoku abheka ezilalini zaseMbizana ayaqengeleka azawuhamba yofika pha phezukolwandle eMzamba onke zalali kwenziwa ireticulation so uDepartment of Water Affairs working with us and Amatola Water siqhuba kahle kakhulu no minister ude wakwazi ukuyigazetha into ba iAmatola Water siyinike ubunganga siyikhulise ibe kwizinga le province so that I project ezifana neLudeke ephaya eMbizana kulo OR Tam zingenziwa ngumngeni water ose KZN ewe siya understand aba zikwi-catchment yasemzimkhulu kodwa i-projects zase-Eastern Cape must come and be implemented by our Amatola Water Board here in the Eastern Cape eGqeberha anisava umuntu ungcola go-day zero it's government of the ANC that turned the situation around in Gqeberha bakhona bebeke baphatha pha kancinci yabaxaka laa nto bethetha yonke into lo safika pha sabahlangula pha sakhulisela dami laseNooitgedacht ngoku elaa dami liyakwazi usinika umgangatho nomyinga wamanzi afunekayo pha abantu beliphondo ababengenawo amanzi ngaphambili aphuma ezitepini u68% wabo they've got an access to piped water ingxaki esinayo kukuphuma kwamanzi ke ngokwezitepini siyafuna ke omasipala bethu bonke baqinisekise ba amanzi ayaphuma ezitepini siyeke ukwenza izikimu ezingekho mgangathweni amanzi xa sithe siyawenza masiwenze amanzi aphume sihambe indawo ezininzi Kapa but also from the provincial government we're rolling out our program on spring water we've seen that I've gone to enqanqarho kwa Ward 7 ndiyovula phaya amanzi omthombo ndawabona indlela aphuma ngayo lamanzi sele zininzi ke ezo project bendiseqwebeqwebe entsika yethu kwezintsuku zimbalwa zigqithileyo umongameli belapha eTsomo eyovula phaya esa scheme siphaya zininzi izinto ezenziwayo around amanzi bendiseXhorha ndiyovula pha amadami amabini eXhorha that's the only town in the district of Amatole where we've built 2 dams at about 600 million each apha eXhorha so ngoku siku-second phase wawukhupha amanzi kula madami siwakhileyo akhoyo ahamba amanzi abheke ebantwini abantu bakuthi bafumane amanzi acocekileyo so ngumsebenzi esiwenzayo lo honorable members and honorable speaker on energy supply honorable speaker we want to put a very sharp focus kulo mcimbi unento kwenza nombane with load shedding taking the center stage. The Eastern Cape is developing over 11,400 megawatts of wind, solar, battery storage and gas to power projects. That's the potential that we have. Without the development of new transmission lines and grid network capacity, we will not be able to wheel into the grid the 11,400. That's why we are working hard with the Minister, Dr. Josientwi Ramokgopa, to ensure that we are unearthing the potential of the Eastern Cape, including the work of the nuclear plant at Thames Paint that we have been speaking about. It is back now into the equation. We are looking at it to make sure that that work is being done. But also the most important investment in this regard is the upgrade of the Grama Grass Ridge transmission line, which stretches from Gqeberha to Northern Cape. We welcome the call to revive nuclear energy, as I've said, Paya at Jeffreys Bay. Sizawenza la nuclear funa sisebenzisane ingakumbi nohulumende baphaya nohulumende wapha wasekhaya. Despite the challenges of load shedding, we continue to connect many households with electricity. In 2011, 75% of households in our province had electricity. Today, 95% of households have access to electricity. In load shedding, yenziwa into okokuba abantu bakuthi ngobuninzi babo access into that, and we need to increase capacity so that abantu bakuthi umbane bangawuboni ezidolophini baphile now. Xa seku 95% kumbane owawungekho before 1994 ngenene i-African National Congress has changed people's lives in this country. Life before 1994 is totally different kubomi buka post 1994. Somlomo umzamo uhle siyawuzama kodwa ugatsho asikalo face. Let us now look at the issue of the governance. We have sought to create effective and efficient and accountable state in the past years. That's the Constitution saying to us. In 2011, none of our departments obtained a clean audit outcome. However, in 2022-2023 financial year, 8 government departments obtained clean audit outcome. Again, in 2011, none of our public entities obtained a clean audit outcome, but in 2022-2023, 7 public entities obtained clean audit. We have reduced municipalities with disclaimers from 17 in 2011 to 3 now in 2022-2023. We reduced municipalities with disclaimers. This achievement has been made possible through the implementation of audit improvement plans in line with Auditor General's recommendations. Auditor General uhleli kuthi nathi siyaphendula. We have also ramped up efforts to clamp down on conflict of interest matters. There have been positive outcomes of investigation that have led to consequent management measures such as criminal conviction, demotion and dismissal of officials implicated in fraud and corruption. Honorable Speaker, digital infrastructure is vital to make government services and information easily accessible to communities. We are also pursuing the vision of government-wide integrated information management system. We are doing this through the implementation of the broadband and other internet connectivity projects by agencies such as SA Connect and USASA, targeting schools and hospitals. The impact of this project is that our children in township and rural schools can access the internet and hospitals can digitize operations. As we speak, Honorable Speaker, 500 households in villages such as Sontombe, Duitini have internet access done by SA Connect. We appreciate the investment made by Vodacom and MTN to improve the communication network in our province, particularly in rural areas. In network ibalulekile kuba kule ngxaki sinayo gender-based violence. It also serves as security. Umntu akwazi uba ne-panic button, akwazi ukufowunela the toll-free numbers ingakumbi abantu abangomama. So if vandalism is a problem, if vandalism sonke funeka sisebenze ngayo. MTN puts an investment, Vodacom puts an investment. Within few months, the people vandalizes that. Abantu bayoba ibhetri. So siyacela i-communities ziyazi ba xa kufakelwa le infrastructure kwenzelwa nina kutshintshe ubomi benu. Sanuvuma ke into kokuba onyana nentombi zenu benze loo nto. Siyabona umahluko kakhulu kwamasipala. umsebenzi omhle uyakhula omasipala bethu bayakwazi ukukhula. About 19 municipalities now are on unqualified audit outcomes. So that's a kind of an investment that we're putting it, because we're not going to change Eastern Cape if asikwazi ukufocus on local government space. So from local to district upwards, in the context of this district development model, we want to see that we are improving our agility, efficiency and effectiveness for us to be able to change ubomi babantu bakuthi bube ngcono. Honorable members, traditional leaders remain a formidable partner in support of our efforts of cooperative governance, social cohesion and economic development. In every social and or economic development, the traditional leaders must be involved from the onset. Government prioritize the efforts of recognizing traditional leaders, amongst them ikumkani amampondomise, ukumkani uZwelozuko, Matiwan, kunye nomama abafana nomama unkosi uNokhanyo Mathandela wenqila imathandela phaya eMatatiyela. Siyacela kodwa lo mcimbi wenkosi mayingabi ngumcimbi wokuconjululwa okanye wokulungiswa nguPremier. The royal families must do their part. Sinengxaki enkulu apha kulo mcimbi okokuba qho kubekho i-disputes ezifuna siqhubeke sigxile sichitha ixesha si-resolve i-business. Niyazazi mos akukho family ngena family 3. Ungcwayito akunosuke kuseyinkosi uyazibeka nje ndiyamazi akunosuke kuseyinkosi nje. So liphakathi la komkhulu eli phaya emampondomiseni. We are concerned by instances where dispute, as I've said, are always emerging. Colleagues, in response to these instances, we have set up the investigating committee on the traditional leadership disputes and claims in terms of the Traditional and Cohesion Leadership Act 3 of 2019. We urge traditional leaders to utilize this platform to resolve these disputes. Honorable Speaker, intellectual revolutionary poet Amilcar Cabral once said, and I quote, "Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children." Close quote. What we have just shared with the people of our province today is our seamless progress towards the fulfillment of what Amilcar Cabral has spoken about. In about 4 months, we will usher into office the 7th administration, which will take forward the work of building the Eastern Cape we want. Biofuel, cannabis, oceans economy, the Bishop Precinct, Bulembu Airport as a cargo international, the liquefied natural gas are the main programs that the 7th administration will pursue with vigor to unlock more economic benefits for our people and our province. Uba besibetha ngesinye namasebathile pha ku-national project like this one, LNG, behind us, and many other projects. We have moved with oceans economy. We are moving with biofuel. Siyayibuyisela phaya biofuel eKradokwe, so dolopho waseKradokwe, as you would remember the meeting we had. In the remaining period of this term, government will increase the tempo in implementing all the planned programs and projects aimed at growing the economy and improving service delivery in our province. Furthermore, we are engaging national government to explore sustainable ways of optimizing infrastructure, financing and delivery. That's what I spoke about when I spoke about pledging or the front loading. Furthermore, we are engaging national government, as I've said, to make sure that they work with us on that one to support us. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, as this is the last State of the Province address for the 6th administration, let me pay gratitude to the people of the province for the honor they gave us to serve them. Silukhulele uxanduva ebenisinike lona. Siyazazi into okokuba izicwangciso zezethu kodwa izigqibo zivela kongasentla. Besingayazi basaba ne-COVID-19, besingayazi basaba nezinye iinyikitya zemphuphuma esibenazo, kodwa kuyo yonke loo nto ningabe banisaphila uba urhulumente we-African National Congress unikhathalele. Yimani ke ngoko nithi ngxishi enkululekweni enithe nakhulelwa kuyo khona ukuze ningabuye nibanjwe idyoko yomkhobo. We look forward to achieving more greater things together. I urge all eligible voters of our province to take part in the 2024 elections to be held on the 29th of May to defend our democracy and advance a better life for all. Ubona ngalantu ba ikhona idate ebekwe okwakungazinzi ukubona pha kwezaa mpahla zibomvu. Idate ibekiwe ayizutshintsha izawuhlala injeya asifikanga sigalekile kwaye siyabuya. Let us reject violence. Let us reject economic sabotage in favor of socio-economic progress. Makungatshiswa infrastructure, makungatshiswa itha xa abantu beqhankqalazela amanzi. Siyayicela loo nto leyo bantu bakuthi. We appreciate former premiers for their contribution to the development of our province in the 30 years of our freedom and democracy. Siyitsho loo nto noba abasekho ootata uStofile, umama uStofile ukhona namhlanje apha. Siyitsho loo nto noba abasekho ootata umhlaba, ifemeli katata umhlaba ikhona iyinxalenye yethu namhlanje. A word of gratitude goes to you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of the Legislature, for the cooperation and decorum displayed in House in the 5 years of serving our people. Sadly, we lost some members of this House who were with us at the beginning of this term. Their memory lives on in our hearts. We wish Honorable Bobby Stevenson, the longest-serving MPL, all the best as he enters into his retirement age. Nansi ya veteran. Uyi veteran nobukwelo cala Bobby. Siyakuthanda. You have served our people with distinction, leading those opposition benches. Ubalungise kabuza abashanga semva. Asifunde ezifana bezilapha. Funa abantu abahleli phansi afuna basikuqalathelwana. Ubalungise ubune order wena. Unocwango ungumntu wezinto ze-order. We appreciate our international partners, consul generals, ambassadors who work with us to build the Eastern Cape we want. We thank partners in business, traditional leaders, religious sector, labor and civil society for making invaluable contribution to our journey of building the Eastern Cape we want. Nanga msoma wethu. To the President and the entire national government, members of the Executive Council, past and present, and mayors with whom I've served during this term, we fought a good fight, colleagues. Be proud of your contribution. To the workers of our province, in farms, construction sites, factories and shops, the cashiers, petrol attendants, drivers and security guards who go to work every day to keep our economy ticking. We salute all of you for your hard work and resilience in the past 5 years. To the Director General, Head of Department, CEOs, municipal managers and public servants in all spheres of government in the Eastern Cape, thank you very much. Bonke omabhalana, masambe siyosebenza siyaphinda siyatsho. Wena unethamsanqa loqashwa kurhulumente, uqashelwe usebenza wamkele, awuqashelwanga kwamkela usebenza. Go and serve our people with pride. Mandibulele kanhlala phansi, Honorable Speaker, amalungu alendlu. Ngomsebenzi omkhulu abawenzileyo. Rome was never built in one day. Masiqhubekeni kule foundation siyiqhalileyo. Foundation has been laid and the work has begun. Ndayibulela ne-CEO yam yapha endlini nge-support. It has never been easy to lead in this province. It has never been an easy task to lead in this province. But thank you very much for the support also from the former premiers. Thanks very much, Chair, for always reaching out and also supporting where necessary. Siyafuna ukuthi inkosi makasekelele iphondo lethu leMpuma Kapa ave nemithandazo yethu. Siqule saligangatha ngoku sibheka phambili. Siyabuya ngoJuly, June sabe sithetha nani sisithi siyanzani kwiminyaka emihlanu ebheka phambili. Enkosi siyabulela.
Wathoma vokotheka ganga ndingavova eweke kambe nilivili thole lomgquba kanjalo inkunzi ezimalunda zikhutha ngokukhothana siyakhotha ilunda hamba kwedini uyokuzala amathole ngoba kaloku iphululwe emqolo iphume ebuhlantini ingene edabini igwebane nezinye inkunzi eweke ubekile kwavakala kodwa mna ndingathi khangela intunja zibe mbini njengomxhosa kwakuvela imbovane ezibomvu endlini enkulu ukhona umonakalo wesikhalo kwizinyanya ewe kaloku ubekile wathembisa sivile kuza kwenzeka okuhle singakungadaleka ezilalini kumile ivenkile zikanokutsho kodwa gado my friend siyagalela kodwa sibabonela uhlwini labafonela ukufaka imali ezibhankini zethu kazi kwenzeka nina hambani ke maxhosa ubekile kuvakele elethu linye gadani inkunzi zamahashe ezitsiba indonga hambani nemfene endala kuba imfene endala ixakathula kuhle iyawazi amazibuko kuwela imilambo hambani ke hambani ke hambani ke
Thank you, honorable guests. Thank you. Thank you. My apologies that I have to disrupt your exuberance and your happiness for the tabling of the State of the Province address, but I think it's just fitting that we give our Premier another round of applause. I think for those who did not hear today, for those who are driving through the Eastern Cape and do not acknowledge what it was 30 years back and what it is here, I don't know what else will convince. But those who know the difference and see the difference and have felt the impact, it is for them to do the right thing. Let me acknowledge The Deputy Consul General of Russia, I did not include him at the beginning. Also our former Premier, the Honorable Maswale, welcome. He told me he was going to be here, but I did not see him this morning. Thank you, Comrade Pum. Dr. Danny Jordan, the SAFA President, is also in our midst. Ms. Iminati Dondolo, who is the Miss Teen South Africa, is also in our midst. Mr. Malibonge Maketa, he is the Proteas coach, also from the Eastern Cape, in our midst. We have our own Mr. Mapimpi, who is the South African Springbok player, in our midst. I'm taking a picture today. Then we have Mr. Betusile Mkinga, the Metro FM Song Winner of the Year. We also have representatives from the Dube family as well as from the Sobukwe family that is representing the family here today. So to all of them, we thank you for joining us and for honoring the invite with us. I will now allow the Secretary to just make a few announcements regarding the lunch. Over to you, Secretary.
An announcement regarding lunch, honored members and guests. Lunch has been prepared for all the guests and the staff that is supporting the State of the Province address here today. Our protocol staff will assist in guiding us to the different venues, but if you can just take note that the following categories of guests will be served and accommodated in the following rooms. When you go out of the main door on my left, and as you go down the stairs, there is Utiza and Ikala rooms, as well as when you go further down, there is the chapel. So the following guests will be served in those areas. All MPLs, the MECs, including NCOP permanent delegates, all traditional leaders, religious leaders, ambassadors and consulates, members of the Judiciary Chaplaincy, party leaders, as well as Self-Provincial Commissioner. All other guests, outside of the ones that have been mentioned and the media, they are requested to proceed to the stretch tents, which you will see outside right at the bottom, the stretch tents. Also, when you go out here, this right side, there is a stretch tent. There's also another stretch tent where we arrive in the morning. The lunch will be served there. Again, you have protocol officers that will assist you. Then our work will be served in the Acacia room. All work, and they know themselves, they will go there. And we have also made also special arrangements for any persons with disabilities that may be using and not able to use the stairs.
Of this province.
Come on, this door, you will then, on your right, there's a room immediately on your right. That is where we will be serving people there as well that may not be able to take our stairs. We also want to request that all the officials that are support staff from the various departments that have been supporting the SOPA, as well as the project team members, you will not be served here your lunch. Your lunch has been prepared at the police park where we were having our search, where we have our search park. Therefore, the various shuttles that brought us this morning are ready outside waiting for you. They will take you to the venue for your lunch. And also, lastly, honored members, a request and a reminder that those that have received these interpretation headsets, please leave them on your chair for collection as you go. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Honourable members, after such an exciting day, I think it's just important that we note that the what happened in the House earlier, that we will request the Ethics Committee to immediately deal with the disruption and the threat to the Premier that was in front of all of us here today, and then they must report back to the House within 30 days, that report, so that we can deal with that matter. We cannot leave things the way they are. With that being said, that concludes the business for the day. The House will adjourn until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, the 27th of February 2024, for the SOPA debate in the Raymond Mhlaba Chamber. The House therefore adjourns.
"2023 was the year where the Eastern Cape Provincial Government set out to complete all of its outstanding projects for the 6th administration's term by completing hospitals in some of the most remote parts of the province, solidifying education by providing equal access to every child in the province, and completing road upgrades and maintenance, all while still rendering the basic services of government. Investment into the province was at an all-time high and the economy was doing well. The 2023 matric class made the Eastern Cape province proud by achieving a historic first-time ever 80% pass mark. The Eastern Cape provincial government does indeed have a good story to tell, where it has touched every pocket of the province and made a difference to the life of every citizen of this province.
Okay, and the state of the province address.
Welcome back to our special broadcast. Olusasazo olukhethekileyo lwentetho yobume bephondo iphondo iMpuma Kapa nebithulwa nguye uNkulumbuso uLubabalo Oscar Mabuyane. Ibisithi ke i-theme seamless progress in building the Eastern Cape we want. Into ethi nkqubela phambili ethungelanayo ekwakheni iphondo leMpuma Kapa esilifunayo. I'm going to come to you, my fellow studio inhabitants. Quite a lot was said, very detailed speech, very practical, in a lot of parts, but let me start with you, Tapelo. Your initial thoughts?
I mean, I think listening to him now for a couple of years, it took me back to the first time there were discussions about him being a premier. And part of those discussions was that the man is a doer. And I think this comes out quite strongly in the previous SOPAs and in this one as well, about the investments and projects and school interventions and the alleviations around road infrastructure, around health, hospitals. It clearly comes through the personality and character that he is, I think. But of course, this is just a start into that conversation about what we just heard today.
I found it quite special that we were having a conversation with Jeff earlier on, noting the presence of national officials here at the sitting, and each one coming up, and then you realize that it was all very deliberate. You see it coming through in the acknowledgements when he acknowledges too the families of the likes of the late Reverend Makengesi Stofile, the late Istwalandwe Raymond Mhlaba, and we saw Nokolo Givit is also in the sitting. Pumulo Maswali is another face that I noted. So you can almost see that the continuity of this up to year 30 of this democracy is something that is coming across very strongly, certainly from the SONA and up to now.
Yeah. Look, I think like we spoke about it earlier about what does that mean. I think the performance of the 30 years by the ANC government has been a mixed bag. On the one hand, we can talk about the delivery of services in terms of making sure that schools don't have pit latrines, making sure that there is electricity, although we spoke about it in terms of half of our democratic years have not been or have been with load shedding. So it's a mixed bag, and I think it's difficult to say that there's something to celebrate given that mixed bag. And with that, of course, there's a lot of good things to talk about as well. But I think given the sentiments, I think we should be able to unpack what does that look like at the provincial level.
But then again, when we were noting a 30-year-old, going back to that analogy, the analogy that we were speaking about, talking about the 30-year-old Tinswalo, can be in any state, really. I'm just coming back to what you're saying about the mixed bag. Really, she could very well be a chartered accountant, occupying the highest tiers of income brackets, or she could be a 30-year-old sitting at home in the township without a job to go to and receiving social subsidies. So really, is it fair to say that, and there's a lot of concessions that the Premier is making in his speech about what has not been achieved, but the practicality of the speech is really, you can even see when he talks about the development, the road infrastructure of what was there in 1994, and anyone who has grown up in this province from then can definitely make that observation when they look at the infrastructure, that the face of the province has changed. So give or take, I don't know, Jefferson, what?
Yes, indeed. We thought that the Premier would actually stick to the last 30 years as a majority, but he actually looked at his term mostly. A lot of the things that he said were things that happened. He mentioned that's why the effect of COVID came up a lot. The roads that were constructed, and actually providing some interesting reasons as to why some of the roads are not being, because I'm sure you would have been traveling on the N2, and those blasting happening for years, and you wonder when that N2 is going to be. And people, there's the R61 near Umtata from Engcobo as well. There are roads like that, and then for him to come and say that there's actually been sabotage, providing updates as to why some of the projects are not being finished. So I found that very interesting, and that they're asking the national office to supply soldiers to help them to make sure that there is no sabotage. We don't know if that is happening, but there have been things. Of course, the motor industry spoke a lot about that. There's the one that I always find interesting. If you've been covering all these zonas, I'm sure last year we would have spoken about it. The industrial sites of Dimbaza, Butterworth, all of them being spoken about and never really coming to fruition, because we want to see some of those. Because if you grew up in the Transkei like I did, we know that Butterworth was a flourishing industrial zone, and for the premiers to keep making this a SOPA topic without anything happening. So yeah, that did come. It did come with a few updates as well. With Dimbaza, I think we're going to start seeing things that are happening. Very interesting that he says that we always talk about the Eastern Cape being a province of agriculture. And then he says, we found out that we actually don't have this land that we thought that we have. That was something that I found interesting. But yes, the show of unity there, you mentioned Phumulo Masualle. We know the struggle that happened for this premier to win over the other faction a couple of years ago, when they you could not even get them in one room, because it was a really acrimonious takeover, but for Phumulo Masualle to be here today. So it's a big show of unity for this province of the ANC.
Big show of unity indeed. And now we want to get some reactions from those who are present here at the SOPA. And Jessica Bobo is standing by, and she will be in conversation with the executive mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, excuse me, and that is Gary van Niekerk.
Yes, Asanda, we are outside, and this is just after the SOPA of the Premier Oscar Mabuyane. And with me, I am joined by the Nelson Mandela Bay Mayor, Gary van Niekerk. Sir, thank you so much for joining me. So I would like to know from you, it's been 30 years of celebration of democracy, and it's been marked this year. Do you think the government that's taking part has done enough?
Well, let me start by saying the whole procedure with the event got off to a rocky start. I don't know what that was all about. It's my first SOPA that I attended this time around. What I can say is over the last 30 years, if you just take your trek from Gqeberha, Nelson Mandela Bay municipality to East London, I was remarking when I saw the Premier twice over the last 2 weeks, the improvements in terms of travel. And if you look at the number of deaths, we were the only province that actually met our target or exceeded the target. And in terms overall, what we've done in terms of what has been done in terms of schools, I was quite impressed by that. More than 100 schools built in the last 4 years. In terms of the investments, especially in Gqeberha, we've got Stellantis coming. They got a 3 billion rand investment. That's about 1,500 new employees. So we've got 1,500 new jobs coming. We've got FAW that's going to now invest as well. That wasn't mentioned by the Premier, but I have personal knowledge of that. They're going to invest some more. We've got Hive that's investing 100 billion rand, and then we've got this new data center that the Premier slipped in. We haven't officially done that, but the new data center will bring quite a bit of money. I don't want to give the exact amount, but yes, over the last 30 years, in terms of the improvement of our results, our matric results, yes, that's improved. We're now sitting at 83%. I think we were just over 40% previously, and our roads, agriculture, all that kind of improvement, the 30,000 jobs in terms of agriculture, our youth employment, also taking part in agriculture. There's a lot of good news. We still have our challenges, but yes.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for your time. And let us take a commercial ad break.
In the heart of the Eastern Cape, a network of transformative roads is shaping the landscape, fostering connectivity and driving progress.
Government is putting a lot of investment into our province in improving the social infrastructure. You look at roads, almost all our provincial road network, which of course are enablers or catalysts for economic development, are being worked. We've actually given to SANRAL a couple of our provincial roads. We're working with SANRAL, we're working with National Department of Transport to roll out that program. Remember, this province has got 90% gravel roads and 10% surface roads. So we are looking at that backlog, but I can tell you we are moving.
Among these routes, the R67 between Komani and Whittlesea. This vital link connects communities, enhancing travel experiences and promoting regional growth. Breibach traffic interchange on the N2 near Kongce, serving as a hub of connectivity, ensuring smooth traffic flow, benefiting both commuters and commerce. The R63 connecting Dikeni and Fort Beaufort, a scenic route bridging history and the future, offering easy exploration of the rich academic heritage and Inkosi Maqoma route that these two towns hold. R63 between Qumha and Bisho, a pathway to economic opportunities, fostering growth and development as it links inland regions. R58 section between Lady Grey and Berkeley East, a picturesque stretch inviting nature enthusiasts to explore the beauty of the Eastern Cape. But the journey doesn't end here. Eastern Cape is investing in its future. The upgrading of the R56 section from Matatiele to the KwaZulu-Natal boundary, enhancing connectivity and economic prosperity. This ongoing project is a symbol of progress.
Siyanamkela kwakhona kolusasazo ngqo luse Abbotsford Christian Center nalapho uNkulumbuso uLubabalo Oscar Mabuyane bisithi thaca ingxelo yakhe yobume bephondo yalonyaka u2024 unyaka obaluleke kakhulu nanjengoko siyazi kuba uMzantsi Afrika uyawube egqiba iminyaka engamashumi amathathu oko lo uphatho kanye idemocracy yethu yasekwa kanti ke apha studio sinayo nenyweba yokuba sibe nayo umphathiswa wezempilo Honorable Nomakhosazana Meth. Siyakwamkela kakhulu Honorable ngokuba uzi ukuthi uzoncokola nathi uke nawe usinike olwakho uluvo ngelentetho kaNkulumbuso. Ndiphawule uba uyawagxila kakhulu ingakumbi phaa eqaleni kwentetho yakhe speaking about a healthier Eastern Cape and not just really talking in theoretical ways, because what I found very powerful is that one example he cited very early on in his speech was how life expectancy has improved in this province. How is that measured and how did we get to this point 30 years into democracy?
I am hoping latest 10 past 2 I will be done and at my car.
Try to get the balance right, even though the majority of it is about the economy
yes.
of this province, but the foundation in the background to which focused on the social cluster services, the cluster that I belong to. We deal with issues of health, we deal with issues of crime, safety, we deal with issues of sports, arts, education and culture, we deal with issues of education, we deal with issues of access to services, as you heard about the Department of Transport, the rest that is continuing to do. So as a cluster, as I represent here, we collaborate, all of us, in ensuring that at the end of the day, there is healthier communities. Because health, others, absence of diseases, but it's about the totality of the human understanding that healthier communities are about ensuring that social services
Siqhubeke ngale ncoko yethu kuba ibalekile kakhulu lomba we social services, the social cluster as you put it. We're going to continue with this conversation after this brief break.
Thank you so much, Asanda. Siyayazi bese iphumile ngoku isopa akhona amagosa karhulumente apha phandle bakhona no MEC siva nje imvakalelo yabo emva kokuba bethe bava inkulu baphathiswa idakanca ubume bephondo leMpuma Kapa kulo nyaka ka-2024 2025 kodwa ke ukuqhubeleka banzi sinayo unobhala we-ANC yena ke unobhala uNcuka Ithobi nozothi ke athi qabaqaba mhlawumbi ngezinto athe waze highlight yena kokuphanga phakathi kuye nobhala masibulisa sikwamkeleke iMpuma Kapa.
Hello, siyanibulisa nabaphulaphuli benu bonke.
Thank you so much. Qabaqaba nje reaction yakho emva kwesopa.
Upremier uthe kahle kakhulu apha ukwazile ukunika ingxelo malunga nomsebenzi esiwenzileyo kwiminyaka ngamashumi amathathu adluleyo umsebenzi wenzileyo from education uyayibona apha ukusukela ngo-1994 safika abantwana abapasa apha bengu-56 ngoku abapasayo bayingu-80% kwikhulu ngalinye so ngumsebenzi omkhulu kakhulu inamba yezikolo sakule kweminyaka emihlanu kuphela edluleyo izi100 izikolo ayizikolo nje ezincinci izikolo zodidi umcimbi waze health nika apha idakanqa into bapha kwindawo nganye asihambe kuyo zingaphi na izibhedlela zakhiweyo noonesi abaqeshweyo but kakhulu besivuyela kakhulu intetho kaPremier emalunga no2/3 wayo ibethela ngomcimbi wezoqoqosho apha eMakoloni apha kwazileyo kona uthetha about inamba yabantu abaqeshweyo kule ndawo yase-Eastern Cape nokujonga into kwapha silithobe kangakanana izinga labantu abangaqeshwa ngapha e-Eastern Cape from 48% ayonto incinci to 36%. So ngumsebenzi fanele sikwazi ukusebenza phezu kwawo. Le foundation ayibekileyo yi-foundation fanele sakhele kuyo uya kule 30 years siqinisekise inamba yabantwana ingakumbi abatsha baba nezikills kwananjalo babi nazikills nje bafumana amathuba emisebenzi both kwi-public sector nakwi-private sector. Ikhwele fanele silenze bapha abantu abangasomashishini balapha eMakoloni mabasebenzele ukuqesha mabasebenzele ukuinvesta apha eMakoloni bawugqiba baqeshe abantu balapha eMakoloni. Amanye abantu esinothetha ngabo ezibalekile kakhulu yinto bapha makwaliwe nolwaphulomthetho nokubiwa kwemali karhulumente. Makuqine isandla sikarhulumente kulaa mcimbi njengoba siqhubeleka sinqanda ubunantshe. Siyavuya ke because urhulumente kuyacaba apha uyaimprove i-system zakhe ngoku singakwazi ukubala about 15 government departments and entities ezifumene clean audit. Ibonakala apha ke siphethe kakuhle noko isi-African National Congress abantu balapha eMakoloni.
Thank you so much Nobhala.
Sanothi masibeze madoda kodwa kuyavotwa solusuku lokugqibela bapha abantu babhalise for uvota. Sifuna ubapha sithi bonke abantu balapha eMakoloni ingakumbi abantwana abana 17 and 18 years azabe bekuxabiso lokuvota ngoMeyi mabaqinisekise into bapha bayabhalisa bangavoti nje bavotele i-African National Congress because le ngxelo ibonalisa umsebenzi omhle siwenzileyo. Inkosi.
Enkosi Nobhala. Loba ke nguyunobhala we-ANC yena ke uNcuka Ithobi esitsho ke into yobana izinto esizathethwa inkulu baphathiswa apha ngaphakathi izinto ezokwakha iphondo leMpuma Kapa wabekhuthaza ke nolutsha into yobana lubhalise luvoto nanjengosiyazi into yobana lo nyaka kunyaka oxakekileyo unyaka ojongile nolonyulo kwilizwe loMzantsi Afrika. Asanda
ululumka besathetha kakamandi bhatiswa malunga nalomba we-life expectancy yanda apha ephondweni. Busandichazela uba zintoni na izithe zakhokhelela kuloo nto.
Besisithi ke si-i-social services cluster leke ndiphilonga kuyo as health apho khona siquka isebe elijongene nokhuseleko kwabantu eMpuma Kapa, isebe lokuhlaliswa koluntu social development kanye lezenhlala kahle, isebe lezemidlalo inkcubeko kunye namava namagugu, isebe elijongene nomcimbi wezemfundo. Sizi-departments ezisebenza kunye kule cluster sithi social cluster khona ukuze siqiniseke uba kukho ukuphila okupheleleyo kwabahlali baseMpuma Kapa. Xa esithi ke uNkulumbuso kukhona ukuba increased kwe-life expectancy ukusuka koomama from 54% to 54 years to 57 years, ukusuka kootata from 52 years to 59 years. Ibonakalisa ukuthi ikhona i-impact esibonayo kumsebenzi esiwenzayo njengecluster sibambisene kuba kaloku xa sithetha nge-healthier communities asithethi ngabantu abangaguliyo qha, sithetha ngabantu abaphila ubomi obude, abantu abaphila ubomi obulungileyo. Umntu wonke xa uthetha ngaye umfumane buphilile, ungathi kube ngenasigulo uphilile, wondlekile nazo zonke ke ezinye izinto ongazijonga xa uthetha ngomntu ophilileyo. So the healthier communities achievement sizi-celebrate sisonke siyicluster ngenxa yomsebenzi esiwenzayo sibambisene singalamasebe abhilonga kule cluster.
Sikhumbulana kakuhle uba kulo nyaka uphelileyo ibisopa yoqala emveni kokuba siye safumana la bhubhane we-pandemic uyi-COVID-19. Singathi mhlambi siliphondo, how have we recovered from that pandemic in terms of access to healthcare and also mhlambi uba indlela ezi apho besesafeda khona ngelaa xesha siye sakwazi kanjani uba sikhawulelane naloo micelimngeni?
Enkosi kakhulu msasazi wam, ukubambisana yenye yezinto esiye sasifundiswa i-COVID-19. Nangona i-COVID-19 ibimbi kangaka siyiqalekisa, kodwa zikhona izifundo esithi nasemva kwazo siyakwazi ukuqhubekeka nezinto ebesizenza ngexesha layo sizenza kakuhle. enye yazo ibiyinto yokuqiniseka ukuba kukhona ukubambisana phakathi kwamasebe urhulumente across spheres, kodwa kakhulu ukubambisana ne-civil society, uba ubala inkosi, ubala inkonzo, ubala i-NGOs, ubala osomashishini. Ngumsebenzi odale ukuba sithi xa sidlula kule pandemic, sithi xa sisenza i-construction and development, siqale kuqala ukujonga siyi-Department of Health i-reconstruction of the human resource, because ibe nomthelelo omkhulu i-COVID-19 kubantu bethu kuba bebesebenza bejongene nezameko bezinzima. Kodwa kakhulu umsebenzi esiye sawufunda, umzekelo sifaka ngoku izibhedlela zethu i-oxygens ngendlela ebesingakhange siyenze before, apho khona sinendawo esizintola khona amatanke e-oxygen, apho kwakhona sinendawo esiye sazenza sa-expanda kwi-infrastructure yethu khona ukuze sibe namo spaces zebhedi kwizibhedlela zethu. Loo nto yenye yezinto esithi kukhona umohluko nokwenza izinto ngcono emva kuba sisadibana ne-COVID-19. Kodwa kakhulu enye into esiyibonayo kuba njengoba siye sanengxaki yabantu esibabize ngoba zi-lost to follow up, abantu abakwizigulo esizibiza chronic diseases ebebengakwazi ukutya i-treatment yabo ngexesha eli-right, kwazile ukufunda. Sine-program apha kwa-health esiyibiza ngoba i-CCMDDD, which is the centralized distribution of the chronic medications, apho khona abantu bethu sibenzela i-pick-up points kufutshane nendawo abahlala kuzo. Yonke loo nto siyifunde nangakumbi ngexesha le-COVID-19. Abantu bethu bangafike balinde kweza queues, umuntu ezele uconsult ugqirha kanti omnye uzele nje to pick up i-treatment yakhe. So sakwazi basibanike ke ezo packs ezoba last ixesha lingu-3 months to 6 months and babuyele ezibhedlela xa sebuyele i-reviews. So zininzi izinto esithi siyazama xa beke yanzima imeko ye-impact of what we are doing as Department of Health ukwehlisa amazinga kungakumbi non-communicable diseases, abantu aba-chronic non-communicable diseases, but ngoku we are able ukuba sikwazi ukubafumana back abantu bethu ngephula esithe welcome back, ingakumbi kubantu abazi-patients zethu abane-TB, abantu abane-HIV AIDS. Sibe ne-program after COVID-19 esithi welcome back, sibakhangela kwindawo abakuzo. Yasenza loo nto sathi sakwazi uba sibe yiprovinsi yokuqala ukuthi silontshe into esithi undetectable, untransmittable in terms of HIV AIDS, kuba xa usapresile i-HIV uyakwazi ukuthi awumesuleli umuntu wakho xa kujonga uba imeko yakho awukwazi ukubona une-HIV. So zininzi into esizenzileyo. Besike sanengxaki umcelimngeni wekwehla kwezinga leenkonzo besizinika abantu babe bengakwazi uku-accessa ii-facilities zethu ngokwapheleleyo. Kodwa ngoku siyancoma uba noko kuhle njengoba bencoma ke no-Premier sithi even nakwi-economy kukhona i-improvement ngokwe-recovery, siphilele kwi-state ebesikuso pre-COVID. Nathi kwa-health sincoma ngolo hlobo.
Ngiyakubekethana emlonyeni MEC, by the way you look amazing. See, MEC uPremier into enkulu ebeyenza kugxeka futhi encoma ebezincoma esitsho futhi apho nithena silela khona. Xa siqhubeka ngakumbi apha singena apha kwa-health, ukhankanyile i-emergency institution entsha yase-Nelson Mandela. Sizitrainela oogqirha bethu ngoku more than we were doing before. But ke ngoku kuphinde kube khona ngoku indawo encinci yoba oogqirha bethu bayakhala abakayifumani imisebenzi. Ingxaki leyo eniyichopheleyo ndiqinisekile.
Ndiyayibona uba yile ndlela ekuphileni yonke into iba necala elihle nelibi, ngoba urhulumente wethu wenze imitsi emikhulu ukuvula amathuba nokusapota ingakumbi kubantwana babantu abamnyama ebebefunda bengakwazi ukuya kwi-universities, ingakumbi ukufundela ubugqirha. But because of the support ye-NSFAS nazo ezinye interventions njengobumva uPremier edakanca uba sincedisa njani kwezemfundo ukuqiniseka uba iphupha le-Freedom Charter elithi the doors of learning shall be open. So yenza loo nto babe baninzi abantu bethu abakhwalifayayo ingakumbi kule sector yezempilo ukuba ngoogqirha nakwezinye ke izintlu eze-specialities abantu bethu abathi bafundele zona. So sibaqesha abantu kodwa bakhona abantu abashiyeka bengaphandle, and uba uyaqaphela le ngxaki esijongene nayo
sinayo yogqirha bangaqeshwanga. It's not only on graduates zakwa health okanye medical doctors, even in other sectors you get uba urhulumente akakwazi ukuba yedwa absorb okanye aqeshe bonke abantu abafundele izinto ezahlukeneyo. Yiyo lento ke sivuya ukuba sibambisene ne-private sector and sivula izibhedlele ezininzi apha Eastern Cape ezivulwa i-private sector khona ukuze sithi le pool sinayo yeskill abantu abafundileyo sabelane ngokunika amathuba emisebenzi i-private ne-public sector, but senza konke okusemandleni nanjengoke besimamele xa bekudeliverisha i-budget speech by uminister wethu ukuba ukhona uchatha ofunyanwa lisebe lezempilo nesebe lemfundo khona ukuze sicreate amathuba emisebenzi ingakumbi bantwana bethu abathe bafundela ukuba ngogqirha kodwa abafuna bengafumani ingqesho. So siyazama but asikwazi ukuthi sigqibe nembongi bisitsho ke pha uba awukwazi ukuthi uqwele yonke into, but we are trying our best as the Department of Health working with our private partners as we health sector.
Indawo eziyezazuza lukhulu ingakumbi kwi-infrastructure ye-health iMatatiele dibala kwezijonga kwezizibhedlele ziyezakhiwa kule minyaka idlulileyo. Khotsong TB Hospital Matatiele emabhongweni okanye embizana kukho imama uWinnie Madikizela Mandela kula masipala ndikholwa ukuba kunjalo iMeje Community Health Center ziliqela mphathiswa kuba nansi naseFlagstaff Community Health Center. Ukanti xa siphinda sijonga apha uye wathi uNkulumbuso ukuba xa sisithi sinenkqubela phambili kwakheni iMpuma Kapa esifunayo sitsho le misebenzi mihle kangaka siwenzileyo kunika abantu iinkonzo zempilo kuba inkonzo yempilo nangezinye iinkonzo eziphathelele kuluntu social services ukutsho kufuneka zisiwe ebantwini uba bakwazi uba bazibone baziphathe bazive baxhamle kuzo kuyafana noba azikho. Ingaba ke ngoku singajonga sithi mhlambi ukuba zeziphi ezinye i-health centers okanye iklinikhi okanye isibhedlele eziseline in pipeline already uba zenziwe?
Actually msasazi wami uNkulumbuso ubeke nje imizekelo embalwa. Unyaka nonyaka sibeka imali epha ku 1.6 billion for infrastructure selisebe lezempilo, and infrastructure yethu ayithethi kuphela ngeziseko ezingqala zizinda in buildings and fixed structures, but it also includes umba wokunikezwa kwezinto esizibiza ngoba zi-life saving equipment and machinery. So njengoba siya phambili sinezibhedlele esiziqhubeka kuzakha ngoku siyazi-upgrade siyaziphucula siyazi-expanda. Singathetha ngezithulele umzekelo oyifumana between Elliot Dale ne-KSD under i-Amathole ekhosta more than 1 billion esiyakhayo njengoba sithethe. Enye isibhedlele kuthiwa ibambisani ephakathi kwePort St John's neLusikisiki esiyakhayo imali yayingapha kwe-600 million. Sakha ne-state of the art accommodation ezabantu bethu because ingxaki esiyibonileyo kuba siliphondo elisemaphandleni abantu bethu bayakuthanda ukubaleka bayofuna indawo ezingcono. So sakha ke ngoku indawo ze-clinicians accommodation, sithetha ngomjanyane koNgcobo, sithetha neSinight buthetha ko-OR Tambo, but zininzi projects zethu and sithi njengoba sine-NHI sifuna ukuqiniseka umgangatho we-infrastructure ukulungelo le-NHI nokuthi kwakhona i-occupational health and safety ikwazi bizitandard zawo sizimithe ngoba sibe ne-infrastructure ekwiqondo eliphezulu.
Uyancomeka kakhulu umsebenzi eniwuqhubayo niwenzayo apha ephondweni sibamba ngazizo zibini mphathiswa. Ukanti ke ukhona naye umphathiswa wezemfundo uFundile Gade ozawuncokola noJessica Bobo bamepha phandle.
Manibulele kuwe Asanda. Ngoku ndime kunye naye umphathiswa okwicandelo lezemfundo uFundile Gade nendizawuthi ndithethe naye malunga nakuthethileyo uOscar Mabuyane kwispeech sakhe nathe baqhuba ngeenkqubo ezintle kakhulu kwicandelo lezemfundo. Tata manibulele ndikwamkele ngexesha lakho. Sivile tata inkulu baphathiswa yephondo ithetha isithi baqhuba kakuhle kwezemfundo kodwa endingathanda umbuza kona utata kokokuba nangona izikolo zakhiwe zona sisenayo ingxaki yokutshotelwa ziititshala esikolweni. Ingaba mhlambi moving on forward ingxaki eza kulungiswa njani le?
Lengxaki yotishala i-twofold. Une shortage yotishala as a province, I agree with you. Une oversupply yotishala at the same time. Precisely because of the HRD strategy. So ngexesha ushotayo kwelinye icala unotishala abaninzi kwelinye icala isystem yethu engabanidi ncam. So kufuneke ke ngoku into obana siyo revisita umzekelo i-shortage eninzi esinayo ibikade dominant ibi-maths and science. Sathetha ke ne-universities zalapha ephondweni uba make sikhangele uba singenza kanjani na to respond kulento ye-maths and science. Ngakumbi xa uthetha nge-maths and science in the Afrikaans presentation of language media. So ingxaki ke yalanto into bana University of Western Cape kuphela in the country eyenza i-Afrikaans now kwi-content subjects. So sanyanzeleka ke ngonto bana siphinde sibuyele back siyocela aba bebesebehambile otishala besenza i-maths nge-Afrikaans ngakumbi kule ngingqi yase-Sarah Baartman ukuyoqhina kwibhoda yephondo komasomerset west. So ndizama ukuthi ke noko ikhona indlela yokuyilungisa loo nto. But again kune-introduction ye-subjects ezintsha efuna into yobana again nayo uphinde uyijonge uba equality onayo izawukwazi na usustaina i-systems zakho as a province njengoba i-province ikhula ukupaselwa ngabantwana. But nje babepasa nje abantwana uyakwazi na uyilinka loo nto ne-provincial growth development plan because afunekanga bapase nje aba bantwana, funeka bapase babe ne-contribution ecacileyo kwimeko ye-economy ye-province xa bephuma esikolweni. So those are the three areas ke sifocuse kuzo ngoku.
Okay, Tata Mandukubele ngexesha lakho. Ingaba mhlambi zintoni ningathi nizenze in order to prevent i-protest ezithi zenzeke ezikolweni mhlambi abazali bona xa bethi bathatha intshukumo bafune into yokubana baqhankqalaze ngenxa yento bazingeke izititshala esikolweni mhlambi abanayo i-knowledge into yokubana kutheni kusenzeka lento. Ingaba mhlambi zikhona i-programs mhlambi nizenzayo ukwenzela into yobana ikwazi ukufundisa abazali ngale ngxaki ukwenzela into yokuba zingaqhubekeki ezi protest zisenzeka?
When naleyana ye-protest wena sometimes ifuna education and training kwi-parents component ngakumbi njengoba izolo besilontsha nomphathiswa wezwe lonke i-elections ze-SGB because uqala nge-1st kaMarch ukuyoma nge-31st kaMarch konyulwa i-SGBs in the entire country. Into ebalulekileyo ke ngala program into yoba kuzofuneka uba build capacity yabo both in terms of legislations but also in terms of what must be done administratively ngokwe-governance yezikolo zethu apha ephondweni. Okwesithathu ukuqiniseka into yokuba izikolo zethu azibi indawo apho khona abazali bengakwazi ufikelela kuzo because enye into ndiye ndayiqaphela into yoba sithatha ixesha uappreciate into yobana abazali banazo ingcingane abanazo ngezikolo. Sithatha ngento yobana mhlawumbi abazinto uyayibona something that is awkward and wrong because noba abangwabotishala kodwa banengcingane nenjongo ngabantwana babo. So funeka ukwazi ke ngokwenza alignment between the legislation, the interest of the parents and what should then the school reposition itself so that izokwazi ukunika a product that the country needs.
Enkosi kakhulu Tata Mandukubulele ngexesha lakho. Lowo ke ibinguye uMEC wecandelo lezemfundo esixelela into yokuba ngabana zikhona intshukumo abazathi bakuzenze ukunqanda uqhankqalazo oluthi lenzeke nolwenziwa ngabazali bekhalazela ukutshota kwetitshala esikolweni. Ingaba mhlambi lo mcimbi nithi ningawoni na apho estudio?
Thank you very much, Jessica, for giving us that much-needed interview from the MEC for Education, Fundile Gade. Now we've gone from health on to education, and now it's time to hear from the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and that is Xolile Nqatha, the Honourable. Am I correct in calling you Honourable? Indeed. Are you an Honourable? It's a title. You know, let me stop playing around with the MEC.
He was the MEC that was called into action because during the zona, security and safety was threatened.
So, should we be afraid?
Transport and community safety no longer covered.
I see.
Transport.
Community safety.
I see. Thank you very much for that clarity.
And SOPA safety.
Thank you very much for that clarification and for that giving us a detailed explanation, because we were wondering, and thank you very much for that, MEC. MEC, you know, I think one thing that I took away from the speech of the address by the Premier of the state of the province was the key role that traditional leadership plays. Doesn't matter what plans we have for the economy and what kind of development we envisage for the province, but traditional leadership becomes a very key cog in that, because the Eastern Cape has a unique characterization of being the only province, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, the only province in all of South Africa to have 5 or 6 kingdoms, which means that all the communal land that traditional leadership could be custodians of is shared amongst 6, you say. So can you just maybe talk us through that and just explain in more detail how you found a way to make this work?
Well, I'm sure Honorable Zolile Williams, MEC for Traditional Affairs.
My mistake, yes.
Speak more detail, but with the benefit of having been at COGTA, traditional leaders, irrespective of the department for that matter, are quite central. As you say that in terms of the vast tract of land being communal land, you have got to consult them and work with them to ensure that there is maximum cooperation and they provide support and there is stability. Remember with the Msigaba Bridge, where there was a strike, a contractor left, it costed the government billions of rand with the stoppage of the construction, as government had to pay what they call standing time to the contractors. So we can't afford these, stoppages, and therefore, in ensuring that we secure development of all projects, traditional leaders have got to be central and play an active role, in guiding their communities and in empowering communities to protect public property, because the roads, the clinics, the schools, are public property. And as the Premier was saying, you can't, when you want a clinic, you burn a road, or you want a hospital, you burn a clinic. People must inculcate this culture of ownership, that these assets are their assets. It's important that they protect them.
One thing that also stands out, sorry, I do apologize for the misallocation of the portfolio. The question that I have in mind is that of the economic corridors that the Premier was talking about, the different road networks that are being developed. He mentioned specifically the road from Silvertown, I think, that Ford wants to use in order to deliver its vehicles to Gqeberha. And that is, we were talking earlier on in the studio about the changing face and appearance of the province. If anyone says the Eastern Cape has not developed, is not being truthful to themselves and to anyone else for that matter, because it is quite apparent if you look at the different roads, the networks, the improvement, the current changing and improving. We're talking about the road from Makanda to Port Alfred. Everywhere there is work taking place. So how do you feel about all of this? It seems very much of a moment that one would feel proud of, certainly as a government.
We have every reason to feel proud with the road we have traveled of 30 years, appreciating more than 300 years of colonialism and apartheid. And given the ruralness of our province constituted by 2 former homelands, and a road network which was not existent before, as the Honourable Premier was saying, that we've managed to ensure that we build this road infrastructure, which is critical for economic development, critical for linking towns and villages, critical for people to access services, to access healthcare, to access education. And as this government, only this 5 years, we have invested about 5 billion in building road infrastructure. I'm not talking about the 18 billion plus of investment by SANRAL. We have indeed turned the province into a construction site. The evidence is there for all to see. But the fact that 90% of our road network are gravel roads, only 10% are surface roads, in the context of climate change, with the disasters that are occurring, those impact negatively in the progress that we're making. That's why we're ensuring that these strategic routes that are going to tourist sites, to hospitals, we ensure that they are surfaced, because gravel roads and investment in gravel roads is increasingly becoming unsustainable. You don't derive value for money. If you do a road this week, next week it rains, it's as if you have not done it. But we are introducing this in line with the Premier's last SOPA, in line with my policy speech, to secure and procure a yellow plant, so that we bring about a new service delivery model where we provide this yellow plant equipment to strategic municipalities, particularly in disaster-prone areas, so that our responsiveness post the rain, the municipality has the capacity to blade or to re-gravel the road, and we work together both for access roads and for provincial roads and for national roads. Because people, when they want a road, they don't care if it's a municipal road, they want a road. They don't care if it's a provincial road, they want a road. So we must work then through the district development model to ensure that we work together in all our roads, whether it's provincial or municipal road or national road. SANRAL, the province, municipality, we work together. Let's ensure that the equipment is placed in those strategic areas such that we are able to act with speed. In some instances, the road will be, cutting off a community unable to cross to the other side, to the school or to, to work opportunities. So it's important that we're able to respond with speed to link those communities with those amenities.
The Premier mentioned the construction mafia as being responsible for the stalling of a lot of these projects. If you could maybe put it in percentages. We always say it's corruption. Oh, can't finish the roads, corruption. And of course we can talk about a lot of roads that have been going on for maybe longer than they were supposed to. I don't know, I'm thinking about the R61 from Engobo to Umdu.
And some then they gravitate towards these mafias, where then they demand tenders. Now they've gone to the extent now of not demanding from the 30%, demanding a cut without doing anything. Go to a business person who has won a tender, to say we want a cut of this much from what we have. We're not going to do anything. So there are those kind of issues, but we're working quite closely with the security, cluster to ensure that we act and stamp out those.
And there was one, just one quickly. I don't know if we, even as far as the municipalities are concerned, I saw somewhere that even it was the National Cogta Minister saying that it's becoming very difficult to solve the water crisis in some of the municipalities because of the mafia. If you could maybe cover that one quickly, maybe 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, that is true. That is why, as a province, we're mobilizing organized business to ensure that they do not allow these elements to dent, the business as a sector. And we also ensure that the security cluster is able to act against lawlessness, because criminal behavior is criminal behavior. Poverty, unemployment cannot justify acting outside the law and make demands, that you need certain cards in certain from certain business people, including the whole issue of paying of protection fees. They would go around and say, pay protection fees for your shops. And other shops in Mthatha, they have closed because people can't no longer afford now to pay these security fees. We have unleashed the Hawks and other, security agencies. They have gone into the area. We're likely to make a breakthrough to ensure that Mthatha is not captured, by the criminal network, such that it impacts negatively on the communities there.
Can't be a gangster state. That is transport, transport and community safety MEC uXolile Nqatha.
Giving us his take on the SOPA that was presented here earlier by the Premier of the Eastern Cape, Lubabalo Oscar Mabuyane, and certainly thanking him, the MEC for transport and community safety, uXolile Nqatha. We're back after this break. All right, actually there is no break at this point. We are going to be in conversation with our reporter Jessica Bobo, who is on standby outside, and we're still at the Christian Center in Abbotsford, north of East London. Jessica.
Thank you, Ms. Asanda. Yes, we are still here outside, and I am now joined by the DA official, Yusuf Kasim, where I'll be asking him more on the reactions. So thank you so much for joining us. Once again, the DA, the SOPA, the Premier says it's 30 years. They have done everything, and he outlined each and every priority that the Eastern Cape has went under through. Do you think they had enough?
So what was interesting is that Premier Mabuyane played an interesting bout of gymnastics to avoid accounting for the promises that he made to the province when he took office. And you realize he hasn't mentioned any of them, and I'll mention a few. For example, Premier Mabuyane promised that he will halve unemployment in our province. Yesterday, the quarterly labour force statistics were released. The Eastern Cape is the highest unemployment rate. In fact, unemployment is 4.3% higher now than when Oscar Mabuyane took office as the Premier in the Eastern Cape. Now, I get that you would be embarrassed about that, but we need to have an honest conversation if we are going to fix the problems in our province. Another example of unkept promises is when he took office, he promised to build over 52,000 houses for those who have been on the housing waiting list for years and years and decades, actually. He's built less than half of those. Now, I can go on and on about the unkept promises. There are a few aspects of his speech that we welcome as the Democratic Alliance. The fact that he has recognized the impact on the automotive industry to create jobs in our province is one of them. However, we have to also say that our ports remain inefficient. The port of Mucha is one of the most inefficient ports in the world. And our road network, this provincial government has only invested 800 million rand when we need over 3.5 billion rand in order to sustain our roads. So there's been no game changes. Nothing is said about load shedding resilience. How do we shield our schools, our clinics, our residents from load shedding? Whilst, for example, our neighbours in the Western Cape are introducing the kinds of game changers that change lives. And that's all that our people want to see. They want to see a government that is working tirelessly in order to have an impact on their lives. And unfortunately, that was missing today.
Thank you. Thank you so much from the DA.
And now for a very important take on this SOPA is one to be extracted from the MEC for Economic Development, Mlungisi Mvoko. We've heard from the social cluster, we've heard from various clusters, but now really because the budget speech has a very serious theme around economic development. It's backward-looking, major projects, major investments. MEC, I welcome you, by the way, to the special broadcast. Thank you very much for joining us. So there's a very heavy emphasis, and earlier on when we were speaking to the MEC for Transport, he was just talking about the appearance of the Eastern Cape being that of a construction site. It's evident, and you need a developed or developing Eastern Cape in order to support, economic development. Talk to us about that when it comes to what the Premier had to present to us today.
Thank you very much. When the Premier ended his speech, he mentioned the sectors or the projects that should be taken forward by the 7th administration. And it therefore implies that we've started some work, we've been building blocks. Now we've got to make sure that we work on those sectors, areas, or projects, because it's a combination. If you talk about the oceans economy, it's one area where we haven't really done very well. I'm being positive when I'm saying we haven't done very well as the Eastern Cape. We really did not do good. So it means now it's something, we've got a blueprint assisted by Nelson Mandela University. They developed the strategy for us. So now we're supposed to say, from here, where do we go? We also understand, given what is happening in the Mediterranean, where you all have the ships coming around here now, going to Europe, the question is, what are we doing to ensure that we get the maximum benefit from that situation? So the point I'm driving is that the projects he mentioned, what it actually means is that we must build on them now and ensure that we get the most, and we actually build on what the 6th administration has done. It gives us also an opportunity in areas where we did not perform well. So also the second point, maybe the last one before you come in, we are not very strong financially in the province. Our reserves are very, very weak. So whatever we have, we've got to make sure that we find a way of making an impact. If I could, I'm not trying to close the debate, but I just want to raise the other point.
I could imagine you sitting wherever you were sitting each time the Premier made promises, and you kept thinking, stop now, stop now, stop now, I don't have the money. But the money has got to come from somewhere, because you have to make good of the Premier's promises. We have an election coming up, and I know you might have your own beliefs, but we don't know what is going to happen beyond the elections. How does it change your approach to the budget speech that Asanda was talking about? What do you allocate? How do you plan for a year that you know that is still not complete? I was not being in charge of the whole thing.
Yes, I was actually saying to the MECs going into the discussions of the allocations, and I said to them, look, to me what's important now is for you to spend what you have. As I've been going around to municipalities, I've been saying, actually I've been going with one message. Let us not allow a situation where funds go back to National Treasury. But secondly, the budget we're going to do now is not going to be a budget for elections, because the elections are about one day, only one day. There is life after the 29th of May. So if we plan for elections, it means we might plan for April and May and spend a great amount of funds in April and May, and come July going forward, we go down. So I said to them, so let's look at what you want to do going forward. Don't plan for elections, because in Treasury we're not agreeing on planning for elections. That's a great disaster. We have a whole full year. Even if someone else comes in, must know that must come in and say, at least you can see they planned for the full year. So how our approach? No, we're going as normal. Each department, we introduce zero-based budgeting. You come to us and you say, this is what I want to do. Don't say, I'm coming for an incremental budget of 7%, what you gave me last year. We passed that. You must come and convince us that this project, you really need this project. Also, it is aligned to the plans of the province. That's it. So that's how we're going to plan going forward, financially.
Your portfolio includes environment as well?
Yeah, that's a different one.
Tourism.
Yes, there's finance, which is one, and then there's economic development, but environmental affairs,
it's also in your pocket. Looking at the rise in crime, how much has that? Because I mean, tourism in the Eastern Cape is thriving. We've got everything here. But I mean, what is the escalation of crime doing to the sector?
Well, it is impacting on the sector, but No, not as many people think. There are isolated incidents, I must say. I don't think we've been able to tap into the tourism market as a province a big time. Let's start there. What we are getting is not really, we don't deserve what we're getting as a province. We're supposed to be getting more. At some point in time, from the treasury side, yes, at some point in time, we said to them, you must remember we've got an agency, Eastern Cape Provincial Parks and Tourism Agency, ECPTA, run by a board and CEO. So we called them in 2021 and we said, we think we're coming from poverty. I mean, because we're coming from poverty, I think we're going to struggle. We were not doing well, but during the COVID time, I think we were second in the country in trying to attract domestic tourists into the Eastern Cape. But now we want you to go out. And we said, here's funding for you. Try and do the marketing, use the digital platforms. You don't have to go to Cape Town, go to London, go to Durban, go to all those. Use the digital platform to market more for our province. There's funding for you as well to do some infrastructure. That's why the Premier was talking about the road leading to Hluleka and all of those. Those are projects to try and make sure that we support them. The biggest challenge is also, tourism it's an interaction between many departments. You can't in tourism work. Everyone talks about Mazepa Bay closed. Now, what's the question? What's the problem? They're raising roads. Missing Ngata just left here. So it's the road. So tourism needs a collaboration, yes, a collaboration of many departments to ensure that you prepare a conducive environment for tourism. I was just speaking to the department now of Mr. Ngata on another project that we want to pilot somewhere in the Wild Coast, where we want to look at the road and use some kind of building technology for the road. So it needs a collaboration. For as long as the agents, and I always say to them, they want to operate as an agency, they are not going to be successful. From our side, we are assisting it. The crime we are talking about, it's about a collaboration between the agency, the Department of Safety of Ngata, of MEC Ngata, as well as the municipality and the communities. We have projects, for instance, if you come with what we call these trails coming down, they have trained some communities, people, for homestays. The people would go into a hiking trail and in the night they would move off into communities right in the Wild Coast. That trail comes from there, it ends in Port Alfred. So they've trained people, so they come into the community. What's good about that is that community is going to be able to protect those tourists because they are part of the system. And that's how we can deal with the crime you're talking about. We've got to partner with communities. We've got to partner with municipalities. We can't exist on our own as a province.
And I love how, initially when we wanted to speak to you, about the economic development aspect of your portfolio, and we were worried also because we don't want to deplete you. The budget speech is still coming. But now, how beautiful it is to behold now that we're starting to really get into it. Thank you very much for indulging us in that regard, MEC. We are going to say thank you to you now and see you in 2 weeks. Don't jump off yet. And we certainly will be seeing you in about 2 weeks' time, we believe. When is the budget speech?
On the 12th.
On the 12th. Thank you very much for your time.
The good thing about it is I'm not going to be sitting with you. Others will be sitting and crying. You don't know. They will be
You didn't think you'd be sitting here today.
They'll be sitting and crying and saying, it didn't go our way.
Thank you very much. That is the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism, Environmental Affairs, Mlungisi Mvoko. Now, we've got Lumka on standby to just give us the last of her observations pertaining to what is happening outside of the sitting and outside at Abbotsford Christian Center. Lunga?
Thank you very much.
that technical challenge that is being experienced, then make sure that you are hearing everything that is going to be happening in that conversation.
Very fascinating. He knows exactly what needs to happen. I won't go big words with position. I mean, I could have. Once you start talking about the Wild Coast, I could go on and on and on. Because I've spoken about that area for such a long time, and I'm very
of the rules of this country when it comes to issue of the occupation of Ibulem Airport by people
with the rules, because the thing about the Wild Coast is just its accessibility, non-accessibility in this case. It cannot be that we are talking to a 40-year-old professional who grew up in the former Transkei saying that I've never been to a hole in the wall. I don't know if you've been to the hole in the wall, but you know, because of things like that. So I like that they're finally building the roads. I don't know if we're going to go outside or we are wrapping up.
We are still fixing the challenges outside, but I just wanted to pick up on what you were saying. Remember that the theme of this particular address is seamless progress in building the Eastern Cape we want. Ngokwesintu inkqubela phambili ethungelanayo ekwakheni iphondo leMpuma Kapa esilifunayo. Diva nangendlela yokuba lampendulo ayinikileyo phayana umphathiswa xa sithetha ngetourism. Wathetha kanti into esiyaziyo, you passionate about that side. I'm also extremely passionate about Mazeppa Bay, the Tentane area. Beauty, all of it is beautiful. And the Mazeppa Bay, talking about the Wild Coast, has been a prominent story. The story being the hotel closing, and as the MEC correctly points out, the issue is not the tourism and the beauty and the people wanting to go there, but the issue is around the actual infrastructure, which in this case we know it's inaccessible.
Yeah.
So the theme, how do all of these departments work together to ensure that in the end we're creating, we're winning, whatever the formula that is winning for the Eastern Cape to succeed.
It's, you can see the thinking behind a seamless system. In the fact that all the portfolios have been allocated. Okay, we will make that point and continue, but it looks like we do have Jessica Bobo outside, our team outside. They have a guest there. Jessica. Looks like we do have a problem with communication there with Jessica. In the fact that is the allocation of these positions, you know, transport and security. Now here, all of a sudden, we have a problem with the construction mafia, and that is something that the transport minister has in his portfolio as well, so he can have a meeting with himself basically. And Mlungisi Mvogo here in finance, and our cash cow in this province, the environment and tourism, they are under his in his hand, in his office, so he does not have to be making phone calls to make sure that the tourism and environment are where they are supposed to be. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing for the Eastern Cape coffers.
All right, and really, I think a very fitting State of the Province address.
Part one.
You keep emphasizing this. We don't know. Of course, we are at the tail end of an administration. We do not know what kind of administration is going to come back after the 25th of May. However, I think just in concluding and arriving at this point of an end of a term, it's an address that I think more than adequately paints a full picture of where we started, and especially in the past 5 years, very deliberate, I think, on the part of the Premier to not give in that let's reflect back on the journey of democracy from apartheid, but to say this past 5 years, that was a very powerful move, I think.
Very powerful idea. Well, whatever happens, you know, whoever comes back for the second State of the Province address, there's one thing that will be in common, is that Mpuma Kapa TV will be there.
That is most definitely what is going to be happening. Whatever happens, Mpuma Kapa TV is going to be here for the viewer, umbukeli waseMpuma Kapa, uniphathela indaba ngobunjalo bazo okwenzekayo ngqo, usasaza apha ephondweni, usasazo lwabantu. Siyalibulela ke elithuba nithe nasinika lona uba nisiboleke indlebe namehlo enu ukuba nisimamele siza apha from Abbotsford Christian Center, where the State of the Province Address 2024 was taking place. Thank you very much for your time. Until next time, God bless and thank you.